Alan. So if they want to come up, and I'm not sure who's going to kick it off.
Go ahead, Ethan. Do your thing.
Well, this is their presentation about
Okay.
what they do. I'm just over here off to the side.
Yes, sir.
I'll wait for my partner here. So we flipped the quarter, and I've been delegated to do the reading. So here we go. We're just giving a presentation over pretty much our responsibilities and our jobs as the community care coordinator and the outreach team coordinator. We can go ahead to the first slide. It just, and some of this may not be verbatim because it kind of lingers on. Our commitment to supporting the unhoused, the city of Springfield recognizes that our unhoused population is a part of our community, and we are committed to ensuring that they have access to critical services. Our outreach program connects individuals to vital resources such as housing, healthcare, and employment, ensuring their needs are met with dignity and compassion. Wraparound services, a human-centered approach, which is the next slide. Our wraparound services are designated to provide comprehensive, individualized support to the unhoused individuals, ensuring their unique needs are met through a holistic and human-centered approach by integrating services such as housing assistance, mental health care, substance use support, workforce development, and access to essential resources. We prioritize the dignity and well-being of each person. Our approach focuses on building trust and fostering long-term sustainable solutions that empower individuals to regain stability and autonomy. We work to break down barriers, offering consistent, compassionate care that views the unhoused not only as individuals in need, but as heroes of their own journeys. I'm going to read your.
Okay, so I'm Shannon Allen, the Community Care Coordinator for the City of Springfield. I've been in this role for 2.5 years, centered around outreach. Just a few of my job duties are appointments and documentation, facilitating access to IDs, birth certificates, social security cards, as well as helping individuals sign up for Social Security, taking them to medical appointments, helping them find primary care doctors. One of my clients the other day called my office the one-stop shop because I can literally help with anything. If I cannot do it, I know who to resource them out to. Assisting with housing applications, landlord coordination, and securing housing. We were able to house 3 people just in the last 2 weeks. I help with job applications. I've made connections with certain individuals at different like, what is it? Harvest Market, Express, and the new one. I don't know the new one. Well, with the this job, they help put crates and stuff together. It's like an assembly line, and they ship that stuff off to Caterpillar Indicator. We help with interview clothes. We help with work clothes. We work with Washington Street Mission on that for referrals for employment clothes, interview clothes, or just if they need clothes in general. I've connected individuals with Sojourn when they needed domestic violence, when they were in domestic violence situations, substance abuse treatment, connecting the individuals with the programs, getting them in treatment, working with them while they're in treatment, and making sure they have a place to stay once they get out. We visit campsites all around the city. We'll ride and see something new, or we'll get a phone call.
With those, oh, no, I'm sorry.
Among those things, I think I've pretty much turned Officer Newman into a social worker, because he also helps with me helping them fill out job applications, housing applications, He takes us to the Social Security office. He helps with the substance abuse treatment facilities. We were able to give gas cards to a lady who was fleeing a domestic situation to get her out of town to her family. If an individual can't get to public aid, I assist in filling out the medical card application, SNAP application, cash assistance as well. We collaborate with Contact Ministries a lot to help women and children get into their facility. Contact Ministry also helps with rental assistance, and they also help with, what is it? Yes. Medications for individuals 55 and older who are in need of medication and can't afford it. I'm currently working with an individual who cannot be housed anywhere because he is a registered sex offender, and so I'm working with him to get him housed, helped with his Social Security application, his claim, and was able to currently get him his medication. We do outreach every day of the week. We run into different individuals all day, every day. If we're not out, somebody's coming to my office saying, I was told to come to you. We meet individuals where they're at, no matter what the situation is, to help them grow. We also coordinate with Helping Hands. Certain individuals, we make sure that there's space over there before we send someone to their shelter so they won't get out there and there may not be enough beds. That's just a little out of a lot of what we do.
Okay. As she stated, her position is very fluid. It continues to grow, which is why, we're looking to hopefully in the future add more community care coordinators, more officers to assist with this role, because it's difficult sometimes to do outreach when you're in the office trying to help someone apply for something. So if we could be in more places, we can get more done. As I stated, I'm Officer Newman. Shannon has covered a lot of my responsibilities there, but we also advocate for the unhoused. And when I say advocate for the unhoused, that means that I speak to state's attorneys in reference to charges. I speak to state's attorneys in reference to having charges dismissed so that the unhoused individual can leave the city to go start their life somewhere else with their families, or if they have a job out of state. Sometimes I'll speak to parole agents so that they can be transferred. So we advocate in that manner. We advocate with public services because sometimes their rights are violated. They're not allowed to ride buses. They're not allowed to take cabs because someone will ban them due to their presentation. We also advocate, and this is not always the popular one, we also advocate with them dealing with other agencies. We've had to not speak out, but speak with other agencies as far as housing when certain individuals have been housed and they're housed in conditions that are not acceptable. It's not always the popular thing to do. Mrs. Allen is very passionate about it, and I back her 100% when she does it. Case in point, had an individual who was housed in an apartment. The apartment was rodent infested, bug infested, had a leak that kept the carpet wet, and this individual had no heat. It was in the middle of winter. That was unacceptable. So we had to advocate for this person's rights. Turned out that the city came out and ended up shutting down the whole apartment. It's not the popular choice. It didn't go over well with everyone. But these are some of the things that we have to do as advocates for the unhoused. I also advocate to the public as far as the unhoused rights. We make sure that no one's rights are violated. Moving to the next slide. Springfield Engaged Power Deflect Partnership, the SEED partners. As you can see, we work with, of course, the Springfield Police Department, Heartland House, Helping Hands, SIU School of Medicine, Washington Street Mission, Solid Rock, and Table of Life Ministries, among others. The SEED initiative, next slide, please. SEED grants will be expanded, capacity for local agencies to offer more support, ensuring a comprehensive safety net for our most vulnerable citizens. And the final slide, I'm sorry, one more. Thank you. There we go. Springfield needs community united compassion. Stop the spread of false narratives on social media. Social media rumors are creating confusion and delaying progress. Misinformation leads to misguided assumptions about what the unhoused need. We are in constant contact. Our community relations team communicates with the unhoused daily. We check in, offer support, and ensure their needs are being met. And stay informed with facts. We ask that you would contact your local alderperson, for accurate information. You could watch the news, a credible channel, and our office is open. You can reach out to us directly, and we can let you know what's going on. That's the final slide.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Shannon. So I had asked Mike and Shannon to come up because Mike and Shannon are out in the community every day, Monday through Friday, meeting with the unhoused members of our community. And some of the members they meet with aren't unhoused. They might just be hanging out with the unhoused, but they have maybe mental health crises or addiction issues. Shannon and Mike shared with me that there isn't another agency out there that is on the street every day meeting with them that they refer people to. Would that be true?
On an everyday basis, I believe that that is true. We've contacted some of them, and on some days, they are in the office doing administrative work, or on some days, they just don't have the availability. We are every day in the field. Even when we have an office day, we're still in the field, or people come in to us, which takes us into the field. So yes, every day, we are doing field work.
And how many other agencies offer transportation to those who need it besides the two of you?
It depends on where they're going. Like, they will offer transportation sometimes to a doctor's appointment, but some agencies may not transport to interviews or transport to multiple locations, public aid, things of that nature. And we are also, on a frequent basis, the only agency that provides bus tokens and things of that nature on a consistent basis. There are some agencies that will do it when they have the funds or when they're donated, but consistently through the city of Springfield, we are the only agency.
However, Contact Ministries does transport for housing, take them shopping, doctors, different things they may need. I am aware of that Contact Ministries does provide these things.
We also, unknown to people, sometimes when the unhoused individuals receive their apartments, these apartments are still unfurnished. So although they have the safety of four walls, they're sleeping on the floor. So in many cases, we've had officers donate furniture. They also go through.
So I contact Habitat for Humanity every time we house someone. So all they have to do is go work 2.5 hours, and they get a $250 voucher to furnish their place. And so then we go get a truck, and we load it up and move them in.
A truck from
I think it's important that the aldermen and alderwomen hear what your staff is doing, because the narrative that's been put on social media doesn't reflect that. So I have a slew of aldermen who have signed up to talk to you and ask questions, so I'm going to let them go forward. So Alderman Carlson.
Mayor Busher, let the
sir.
record reflect that
Alderwoman
Conley has
Conley
joined the
entered
forum.
the room. Thank you. Alderman Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor. Shannon, Officer Newman, thank you again for all you do. And Officer Newman, you've helped me out a couple times already on some issues in Ward 7. And the basic question I have, and I think the two groups that that I hear about the most is really like Heartland Housed and, Helping Hands. I mean, what's that relationship and dynamic between you and Heartland Housed and on a daily, what I'm trying to get on a day-to-day basis, just that communication and that relationship? How does it all work together?
We communicate more, I'd say, with Helping Hands. Their staff will call and reach out with questions about individuals, looking for a way to find funds to get individuals reconnected with their families. We'll do walkthroughs at Helping Hands. They've called sometimes when their properties that they have some individuals housed in, and there are other unhoused individuals who have moved into the properties. I am a resource to go out and ensure that those individuals do not remain, if they're a danger, to the other unhoused person that is living there, which in some cases, they will be bullied into that situation or forced to have people in their residence or selling drugs or using drugs in the residence. So then I will work with Helping Hands to ensure that that isn't happening. Some of their social workers partner with Mrs. Allen. They'll speak sometimes on a daily basis. We have tried to do as many warm handoffs with individuals that we have great relationships with to hand them over to their staff as they're working to get them into programs. An individual who was a concern of Alderman Gregory's on 18th and Martin Luther King, 18th and South Grand, we worked with them to get all the paperwork signed, partnered with them. So with Helping Hands, quite a bit of partnership. Heartland, honestly, online, we'll do the counts as far as with me.
So with Heartland House, it's more of, we're on meetings together, we'll communicate as far as referrals for clients, or referring someone to their hotline for resources.
My concern would be, I hope it's just not like two separate little silos there, everybody's working together.
No, it's
Not
not.
necessarily.
It's not always
I'm just trying
like
to
that.
understand it.
No, everyone works together, everyone just plays different parts,
Okay.
so, yeah.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Alderwoman Purchase.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the first thing I'm gonna say is, Mike and Shannon, you guys do a good job, but remember last year during budget season, I had asked, could you all come and update us more before the next budget season? So I'm gonna stick to that same thing because people don't get to see the work that y'all do every day. So we need you to come at least twice a year or once a quarter and give us those actual stats. Do you guys keep track of the individuals y'all interact with every day?
To the best of our ability, but, sometimes there's no system that we currently have that we can just punch in every time we meet someone. So we'll go back, try to go through Shannon's filing system or individuals that I've met with that I've written down in my book, and we'll say, okay, today, we met with 20 individuals. Try to note that in the computer there through the department. It's kind of a system that we've had in place, but the system was in place before Mrs. Allen was brought on board. Okay. So it was kind of, three people this day, 5 people this day. Now we've got 20 people we're doing this for. We got 10 people that we've gotten IDs for today. So we're currently looking for a system that would allow us to enter data in real life time, so that as we're out there, as soon as we meet someone, we can possibly check some boxes and enter them in there. And there's a coordinated entry that Mrs. Allen could probably explain more about.
So, yeah, I do, I submit everything into HMIS, and so, that's for their intake, and then it's also for coordinated entry, so they can get housing referrals.
Okay. Shannon, can everybody else see that? And can you say what that acronym is?
HMI, yeah.
Homeless management intake system.
Okay. Can those partners see all that y'all are entering?
No,
Okay.
no, not everyone has access to it. So on top of that, I also keep my own files, and notes and list of individuals who, say I run into someone on the street, we, either do it on my iPad or we make an appointment, and if they don't, I'll write it down once I get back to the office, and if they don't, then I make sure I follow up and, hey, you missed your appointment, what's going on? that type of thing. So the computer, files, notepad, that's how we're pretty much keeping track of everything.
Can you tell the older woman who all participates in HMIS?
To my knowledge, it is Helping Hands, myself, Contact Ministries, Mercy Community, Sojourn, Washington Street Mission,
Heartland
Heartland
House.
House.
Heartland House,
They,
right, yeah.
they, they're over it. Think if I missed anybody, I'm sorry, but
Okay, no, that's
Yeah.
good.
Okay. And then, so I know my colleagues understand I have questions because the bulk of the situation is from Fifth and North Grand of what happened. And I have Lincoln Park here today to speak, so I hope you all could stay to listen to their concerns. But one of the questions that was asked to me constantly over and over is, we understand that there's unhoused individuals, and as it was stated, that there may be people who hang out in this place, and they are actually doing drugs in this area. What is those steps that we take from the situation that happened where we saw needles that was cleaned up? If we see activity like that going on, Quick and Easy had a situation where some of the unhoused individuals tried to stab the employees with a needle that they were using. So when we see situations like that happen and it's being reported to us, how do we go about trying to address those issues?
Those would be law enforcement issues. So with that, that is, and this is something that I had a conversation with, that's not a situation where you would involve the social work community, because as it was pointed out, I may have counselor experience, I may be working in the capacity as a counselor sometimes. I'm not a counselor, and counselors are not law enforcement officers. They are not public safety officers. So in those situations, I would say contact law enforcement. We've spoken to the owner of the lot there at Fifth and North Grand. Haven't had the best response. As a matter of fact, we've only had one response. So we've asked that some things be updated or changed that will assist us in identifying individuals who are using in the area and identify individuals who are selling in the area. We haven't gotten any cooperation with that as of yet. So again, contact law enforcement if it's out there, then and that's a law enforcement issue. The use of illicit drugs, illegal drugs, call us. Call our Crime Stoppers line. You know, I'm sure that officers in the area are actively trying to prevent the drug use in the area. Being honest, it's not always the easiest thing when you have people who, when they see you in the area, alter the narrative to make it appear as if you're causing harm or bothering individuals who are out there when simply trying to patrol. So we're trying to be as effective as we can as law enforcement while also trying to keep the proper octave.
Okay. I would ask too, from a budget perspective and needing more funding for you two, how many more Shannons do we need in order to help you all out? 5?
And that's not an unreal number.
I'm being serious.
so
in
at
budget
least to
time,
start off with, I would say 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
And I would say because we have shifts. So when she goes home, she's at home. And I'm sure everyone understands she has to turn her phone off at some time for her family, but it doesn't stop. So I would say at a minimum, 3.
And Mike, the reason I ask is because our council chambers are packed this week, but next week we have Sangamon Towers coming here. My seniors are gonna come out, my seniors who are being harassed or they're having situations between the Washington Mission and the St. John's Bread Line, and I had the police department out there to hear of those situations last Friday. But like I told them, they have to come and tell their stories. I can't continue to tell the stories. I've already laid it out multiple times through talking to you all, through sending emails, to talking to the mayor's office. I need them to come just like Lincoln Towers came out and explained their situation. When we have seniors walkers being snatched from them or people defecating on the sidewalk in front of them, that's a problem. When they have to get their picnic tables taken away and their grills taken away because people are having sexual encounters or just making it where they can't be there, and these are the things that they're telling me or saying, expressing to me as their representative, that's an issue. So I'm trying to figure out how are we addressing those so that the community, the audience, everyone knows what's going on and what you all do every day. My last question, moving into what happened last week where we removed items. How do the shelters store the unhoused property? Because we had someone come up here, I think it was a week or 2 weeks ago, and they said that they don't go to Helping Hands or go into some of these areas because their stuff is taken away or thrown away. So how does that work? Can you explain that? And I'm not for sure if I need to ask our mayor too, if these other entities can come in to share that information with us as well.
Well, to my understanding,
No, I was gonna say, with the last thing you said would be a good idea for them to explain it, but.
I still want you to tell me on top
Right,
of them
right,
coming.
right. But you can start with that one.
okay. The sheltering that we have here in the city are not equipped to store anything. So in most cases, when someone goes to the shelter with their items, they are stripped down to only what they're allowed to bring in. So whatever personal items they bring that won't fit into the foot locker, which
Like a bike?
no, I mean, you may be able to put it outside or
Okay.
somewhere, but no. And other items are not, items that are not allowed are like blankets and some like excessive clothing, things of that nature. But a lot of personal items also cannot be brought in because shelters are limited on space. And it is pretty much down to a foot locker. And as far as if someone is gone, if someone leaves for 24 hours, me personally, I think the longest that I've been aware of is 36, so 3 days. Those items that they brought in are discarded, thrown away.
Okay.
So, and that sometimes, unfortunately, and not to the fault to blame any shelters, but sometimes those items include vital documents, birth certificates, IDs, social security cards, and sometimes that is because they're inside of their property and people don't make it a habit of going through things when they throw them away. So that kind of sets things back.
So
And-
sometimes people won't go because they don't wanna, cause I believe you can only take so many bags, like maybe 2 bags with you. And they have a lot of stuff. It's their stuff. They don't wanna throw their stuff away, so.
I believe that's
they
what a
won't
gentleman
go.
said a few weeks ago, that they won't go in because they can't take their items with them inside. I'm sorry, I had one last question. You brought it up earlier, Shannon. So how do we address people who are unhoused, but we are trying to house them, but they may have, I think the example you said earlier, they've been incarcerated for,
Registry.
yeah, registering. So how do we deal with that when we have those situations?
It's hard right now because I'm the only one working with individuals who are on the registry, so, and Task can. And so, it's hard because they can't go to the shelters. If they don't have any income, they can't go to a hotel.
You can't work with our seed partners, like all the partners we just had listed on here, they can't help you with that neither?
She's the only one that works with registered sex offenders right now. in
Is
the
that
city.
by choice?
Yes. But by choice that she's the only one?
Yes.
No. It's by
I know
choice that
y'all
she's
trying to
working.
be really nice and professional, but we need to make sure we hear everything that's going on between all these partners that we're sharing money. So have we asked the seed partners to work with you on those situations?
There's been conversations in the meetings, as a matter of fact, not too long ago. It wasn't Seed, but we had a conversation with the agencies, some of the same agencies in Seed are some of the same agencies we meet as far as outreach and other Zooms. So it has been brought up that,
Okay.
there are currently no one working with sex offenders outside of Shannon. And it's also been brought up that, we were kind of unaware that when all these changes were being made, that there will be no place for sex offenders to shelter, which then creates a problem. We can't get to zero if we have no shelter for them, as well as those diagnosed and undiagnosed with mental illness, because when they go to the shelters, in a lot of cases, they are put out because the shelters and the staff are not equipped to care for someone with mental illness at different levels. And until we can get those problems resolved, we're not going to get to zero. And yeah, it's very difficult.
So there was an initiative where Fifth Street and Heartland House had a program that housed individual sex offenders in the Red Roof Inn. So there were caseworkers working with these individuals to house them before, I guess, funds ran out. A lot of them were not able to get housed. Not everyone was worked with, and so once the funding ran out, the ones who did not have income went back to the street.
So that's a great point you just brought up. Can you repeat that? So there's funding that's allotted to some of these organizations, and they help to put our unhoused in some of these hotels or wherever it may be.
Only two that I'm aware of, only two were doing it.
Okay, and then when they run out of the funding, they tell these individuals they just have to go back to wherever.
A lot of them went back to the street.
And they didn't try to move forward with pushing to get them housed into a place or a facility.
I know of, there is a caseworker from Fifth Street,
Okay.
Sarah. She continued to work with individuals. We continued to work with individuals, but I didn't know when the funding was running. I didn't know how long the program was gonna last until individuals came to me saying, hey, I'm about to have to leave, I don't have nowhere to go, and I'm like, what are you talking about? So we had a meeting and all that, but that's the gist of what happened, so from my knowledge.
And
Okay.
it gets difficult after that point because, number one, they've accumulated a lot of things in this room because these were months.
That they
So,
get to stay
that
there.
they stayed there.
Okay.
And either interacted or didn't get interacted with. And when the funds ran out and they were put back on the street, nothing has happened that was said was going to happen. The trust factor is gone. Okay? Sometimes in the unhoused community, you may get one time for this individual. If you get two or three, consider yourself lucky. So, and because they're not going to stay in that, once they get put out, they're not going to stay in that one spot. So now you've got to go back to finding them again. And some of the individuals that you found or were referred were individuals that, you might have seen just that day. So, yeah.
Mayor, that was my final questions. Thank you too for answering them as best as you could. My thoughts on this, that's very alarming when we're giving funding to organizations and this is what we find out. And I think that all of these groups that's partners through the SEED program, there's some type of silo going on. You said that everyone has their part that they have to play, but everybody should still be coming to the table to speak to each other and cross over to say, today Shannon helped 5 people get IDs. Now, what could you all do as well? Because if we're gonna keep dishing out money to different, and I think that's maybe something that we should be responsible for, there's not a lot of checks and balances going on. We received a report that gave us no numbers of how many people they saw before we approved their last $250,000. We did not get any report on how often they're out in the community, but I'm glad to see that they are meeting with a few of my colleagues and giving them education about it, and we're seeing the education on social media, but we got to do some more checks and balances as we're giving funding out, and we need to continue to get a report from you too, to tell us what you're doing and tell us who you're interacting with too, so that we can continue to give you all the tools that you need to go out and do this work every day. To hear that you're the only person working with sex offenders, that's a gap that you guys just made everyone aware of. So we need to bring all those other organizations here too, to ask them, why aren't you helping her? Why is she the only one dealing with them?
And it's created a law enforcement issue because now you have, the numbers have I spoke with our a young lady who registers, and she said she has at least 36 or more additions because now there's nowhere to go.
So we see one barrier that's already not addressed at all. I see Penny here in the back of the room. She has the, I don't want to call them homeless veterans, but unhoused veterans, and I go and spend time over there constantly with her and bring organizations over. I'm not for sure if she's at the table with you all too to talk about how her program is being ran too, but I think we need to work together to really bring these meetings, and I think we have some skin in the game to make the seed partners meet if they're not meeting with you all. Because what I'm hearing from you is they meet, but it's on a Zoom and it's not really addressing the issues.
No, we meet in person as well. But like I said, sometimes, you know, it wasn't that we're not addressing the issues. It's that what I said was some of the agencies that we've spoken to about said issue are some of the same agencies that are with SEED. So you asked if we've addressed it with SEED, and so my
Okay.
answer was yes, but not in a SEED meeting, but amongst the agencies. So that all the agencies involved are aware. That's
Okay,
what I'm trying to say.
all right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. We have aldermen who are signed up to speak, please. Alderman Donlin.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Officer Newman, Miss Allen, thank you so much for coming this evening and providing us this update. I remember not too long ago when we did not have the services that you provide active in this community, and it is so appreciated. And I've spoken to at least one of you one-on-one recently, and I've seen in your eyes this evening that you're in it for the right reasons. You care. You're trying to make a difference in our community. Obviously, needless to say, I agree with Alderwoman Purchase that resources are limited, and I think this is the right place to talk about those issues, and hopefully we can do something about that in the future. Our budget season is forthcoming, but I think it's important to point out that we didn't have your services in just recent years. And the things that you two have to deal with on a daily basis aren't fun. They're easy to criticize, but you're making a difference. I know you care. I'm committed, and I know several of my colleagues are, if not all of them, to helping you make things better for this community. We obviously have to figure a lot of things out. One of the questions I was going to ask was, you know, I get asked this question quite a bit about where does our $250,000 go that we contribute, and that's a recent arrangement. That's not your question to answer this evening. And I think Mayor, we need an update on that. I'm not going to be critical on where that $250,000 go until I hear back from the agencies that are involved in that. Let's give them a fair say. But, you know, we obviously have some issues in this community. I mean, we see those. I get calls and emails and texts from residents that are asking about, you know, what are you doing about this, Jim? And what's the mayor's office doing? What's the police department doing? And we don't always have a solid answer because there's a lot of moving parts. And I'm not going to get into all the details. We have, that's a whole nother session. But one of the things that has come up tonight, and it comes up periodically in recent weeks, is the fact that the unhoused don't have a place to put their items. And we heard about whether it's a locker at a shelter or out, quite frankly, on the streets. And I think we need to constantly reflect on how things have been done in the past. And one of the things that a prior mayor did that I thought was effective, and I don't know why it stopped because I wasn't around when it did, but we had an issue where the unhoused were keeping their items out in another public area in this community. And it was I'll be very blunt about it, it was an eyesore, it was a problem, a lot of complaints, but the the unhoused were giving ample notice that as of a certain date, these items you will not be able to keep these items at this particular location. And then there was actually a proposed solution, or I'll say, an aid. The city rented a storage pod and put lockers in the storage pod, and then twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening, the unhoused could access that area and place items in there. If they were left unattended for so long, then they would not be kept in that particular area. I encourage Director Posey, and I don't want you to come up, Ethan, but I encourage you, let's chat about that and look back on how that was done. Not that it's going to solve the issue, but it could help individuals that don't have a place to put items that are either essential to how they live and or just and or personally meaningful to them, and put it in a safe place. And it probably wouldn't cost very much, and we're not reinventing the wheel. So I just wanted to say thank you. I plan on asking some other questions about our general unhoused, the way we handle it in this community, but I think we need to have some of the other partners involved and have them in, Mayor, and you're shaking your head, and I appreciate that. And on that note, I'm gonna close, but thank you for what you do, because you are making a difference in our community.
I had a question, because I'm not quite sure of the time.
Question
we
to
were
me?
talking about. Absolutely. The locker, was that when the lockers were purchased through the city for, okay.
Yeah, the city purchased, and this has been over a decade ago, the city
Okay.
purchased lockers and they
Before
put
my
them.
time. So I
Yeah,
was
way
confused
before your
because-
time.
Because we purchased lockers
Now,
again. so
you
I was
got a beard that
confused.
shows some gray. I shave so I don't show mine, but anyway.
Okay, got you. So I was confused myself. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
We'll talk offline, but it's something worth talking about. And maybe there was a reason why it didn't work. Maybe it needs to be modified, but it's something at least we should talk about.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you again. Thank you,
Alderman
Mayor.
Rockford.
Yeah.
We have aldermen signed up to speak right now, sir.
Shannon,
Alderman
Mike, thank
Rockford.
you very much. Chief Scarlett, thank you. I talked to Chief Scarlett the other day pertaining to a grant that we received for the SEED program. And it's $3.1 million, almost $3.2 million. We talk about $250,000 going to some of these groups. There's $800,000, almost $900 going to one. There's $800,000 going to another. Not once have they showed up here through all this crisis that we're going through to speak on anything or what they're doing. There's money in this grant to get plenty of help if we need assistance to hire people. You can get equipment, you can get whatever you need with this grant money. But my whole question is why are these people not coming up, stepping up and telling us what they're doing? You know, we have 5, 8, 10 organizations. Nobody talks about anything, what they're doing, what they've done. Just like you say, hey, you reached out to 20 people. You know, do we have any kind of statistics, or has the health department or the Memorial Health come over and said, hey, they've met with them also? We have no idea who's getting what treatment, who's doing what. You know, so all I'm saying is we got a lot of money, and we can get a lot of money and do a lot of good things with it. You know, so again, I hope that these organizations are listening and are here and will step forward and do the job that they got the money to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
So-
Alderman Gregory. Oh, sorry, Shannon wanted to respond. Can you give Shannon 1 minute, Alderman Gregory?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So with that being said, there is something called coordinated entry. So once referrals are pulled from coordinated entry and sent out to these organizations, there should be some form of data from Heartland House and the organization stating, you know, I got this referral and whether they were housed or not.
You know,
But they would have to come and speak on.
What's the timeline on what she just said?
on the grant?
No. Shannon just said that they go into a coordinated entry. What's the timeline after?
Alderwoman would like to know the timeline. for
Timeline, what's the
coordinated
timeline?
entry.
From, after the coordinated entry is put in, from the timeline, a referral is sent out.
Just depends.
So,
I'm sorry, I keep asking.
nope,
no
you're fine,
transparency.
you're
Well,
fine, you're
and-
fine. So, I don't put them out. So, how it was explained to me, once the organizations have, maybe housed their current clients and are available to bring in more referrals, then they'll reach out to Heartland House and they will give them a referral of someone who is on coordinated entry to be housed.
You know, and that's another issue is, you know, we have one organization, instead of coming together and working together. You know, this is a situation that's been around for a long time. It's gonna be around. We're never gonna solve the problem, but we can make it better. And, you know, one group wants to do this and one group wants to do that, instead of coming together, sitting down and talking about it. You know, get some community people that are very knowledgeable about this situation and bring them in and talk about it. I mean, we should have stats. You know, if Larry Rockford needs a place to stay and he's there 3 months, you know, did he get the necessary help that he needed to get him back on his feet, to try to help him get a job and this kind of stuff? Just like the Salvation Armies and the Goodwills did, you know, where you worked in the thrift store and you earned your keep, you earned a meal and you earned a place to stay. And then you're good enough to get back into society and go get a job and sustain a job. We don't have that anymore. We're not doing that anymore. That's what we need to get back to doing. Thank you.
My apologies, Alderman Gregory, it's your turn now.
Oh, no problem. Real quick, and I thank my colleagues, they asked a lot of the questions. So, how much of the seed money has been spent? Do we know? Anybody?
That would be DC Stunkel is in the hall, we can get that in a minute.
I'll follow up. But I find that interesting, and I have a whole lot of questions, but I won't take up too much time with the questions. But I'll say this: we have a major communication problem between Harlan Continue of Care, our group, because you work for us, correct, Shannon, City of Springfield? I thought you was working for.
Community relations, yes.
Okay, all right. So between us and all these groups, because this is what keeps puzzling me, I keep banging my head up against the wall to try to figure out, right? In 2019, we was at 264. We're at 270 something now, 6 years later. But on the flip side, we get stats, we've housed 233 people. So either one or three things is happening. Either we seeing more homelessness, which is probably some case. We're getting other people experiencing homeless, unhoused, or somebody's not telling the truth on their stats. And I think the only way we're gonna resolve it, because I'm not here to point fingers at y'all, I know many of the people that work at these things, is everybody has to come in here and we have to ask them questions and put together a concrete game plan. Because each, we can't take this all on us, but this is how we're gonna speak out when we got our constituents on our hind heels about this problem. So then we have to go to the books and say, hey, we're giving out the money. We've probably spent, since I've been here, close to $10 million on this issue. From the new shelter that's over there, that's $5 million. County paid for that. But we put in $5 just to house people temporarily in a low barrier shelter. Everybody was welcome there. We've had 10 cities before, 3 times what we're talking about on Fifth Street, right? So it's very, very concerning, and I think we need to get everybody to the table to really figure out the true gaps, what we need to be. I definitely had a great conversation with the Harlan Continuum of Care to really pick their brains on what they think and things of that nature. I've talked to others, and really it's looking like each one of those entities need an outreach worker or two, not only the daytime but in the night, to go do those things. Because I think we all know the issues, we all know how people feel about their communities, and I think a vast majority of people have empathy for people on hard times, right? But for some reason, that particular corner, people like to hang out at. Some are unhoused, many of them are housed. Stay right there at the Hildebrand, right? So the outreach has to be there. And I know we talk about Memorial Mental Health a lot, but there has to be some substance abuse counselors in there. And then we have to, and we'll have a lobbyist come up here for a contract, and we want her to push at the state level to get us some more funding to address these issues here in Springfield. And that's really my take, but I think that there's a bigger conversation. We got a lot of things on our agenda tonight, but I think there's a bigger conversation with all of our partners together right up in here so we can figure this thing out, because there is a disconnect somewhere in our whole system, and we got to get better, right? And I know you guys are working hard. I know people at Continual Cares work hard. Helping Hands, they're on their third director in 4 years over there. So it's a tough job. But we really got to put our heads together and really figure it out. We did give $250,000 to Harlem Continuum of Care to house people and work on that. I can tell you firsthand it is not so easy, even with people who have mental health issues or drug addictions. They may just have a simple blimp on their background. Been out working 3 years and they still got to go stay in a hotel for months and months. So it's a multifaceted thing. You can't just force it, people who own apartments and stuff to just do whatever. It takes some relationship building and things of that nature. But that's my spiel, man. I really think we got to get all the horses in front of here and really have some tough conversations and stuff like that. Go ahead.
Alderman Gregory, just to kind of put a little bit of something on your mind, the numbers and whatnot, some things that aren't being considered is the recidivism rate. So all because someone is housed, I've personally witnessed someone being housed for a day or two. So they count as housed, but after that day, they're back on the street.
Right.
So
we want to know those numbers too. I want to know how many is housed and how many is out, so then we can get some true numbers there. Now, take for granted, when we live in these houses and we all got rules and things to go by, so some people getting put out for things that may be justified, things may not. We always want to see them, living in good conditions, solid conditions for sure. So good work on that. I stand with you on that for sure. But that goes back to our bigger problem, just rentals in general, and making sure that people are handling their business and got good housing out here. Because whether they're unhoused or if it's me looking for an apartment, nobody wants to stay in something that is not up to par and roach infested and all that good stuff. So I appreciate your work. I've worked with you a long time. I don't think you guys are malicious of any intent, but I will say that if an event we ever have this situation where we got to go, we got to take stuff or do anything, right, that's going to put us under the gun, we can't get a hold of the mayor, call Alderman Donlin so he can let us know. So we can at least know how to field the questions when we get them. Because if we don't know, then we can't field the questions and know the information. But I definitely appreciate it coming forth.
if I can be so just kind of comment, because I don't want to leave the wrong impression. Again, that's the narrative that was put out, but I assure you that nothing was taken. I assure you that no one was removed. I assure you that the public safety issue that was addressed, I mean, you pay me pretty good.
Right.
You guys have agreed on raises, and I'm sure if I was not able to make a decision on what was safe and unsafe as a police officer, you wouldn't want me in this position.
Absolutely. I agree.
So I wouldn't feel right if I had to call any alder persons of the mayor's office or any of my fellow officers before we made a decision to protect the safety of the public, because that is why you have us here.
I totally understand.
So,
but
the narrative, people keep saying removed. Nothing was removed that was not, and as the mayor pointed out, that you can do some fact checking, but anything that was discarded was not done by Springfield Police Department or the city of Springfield.
So the only reason I say that is because, right, we're always going to get two sides of the story. We're going to get our story, and then we're going to get the actual individuals. You know me, I'm going to go talk to people, I'm going to be out there. So some people, they afraid. They ain't going to claim nothing that ain't theirs. You know what I'm saying? Or that's theirs that, somebody might think they stolen and all of this craziness. So, there's a little bit there, right? Somebody probably was, looking from the plasma center window, like, oh man, the police out there. Oh, I ain't going back over there. They spooked. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no telling why, but they spooked, so they ain't gonna come out and claim that stuff. So you get some of that, and then we get some people, of course, that we did tell and whatever. I don't really care about that. What I want to say is that when we're gonna make a move like this, we gotta know about it because we're gonna get the calls and people gonna get the, calling us about it. So we wanna know about it, especially in just this type of situation where we know it's gonna be a big deal. And maybe we didn't know. I get it. I respect that, but I'm just saying, I think that's the
It wasn't-
proper way.
It wasn't a planned event.
I understand. I
Correct.
understand.
Director Posey
All
would
right,
like
thank
to address your question, Alderman Gregory.
Sure.
Just to that point, I could say over the year and a half I've been in this role, at least 70% of this horseshoe has called me one or more times based on calls or emails they've got from their constituents on someone in the unhoused community or an encampment. I don't call SPD. This is who I call. And they go and they talk to the people and they provide resources and try to find a way to resolve the situation. And they call me back and let me know what went on. And then I call you back each and every time and tell you what was handled. And y'all say, thank you. That was a great job. So it's not easy for them every time they go out to do their job every day to say, let me call the alderman who's in this area and check with them first before I interact with the individuals that, like Officer Newman, has worked with some of these individuals for 10 years. So we can do a better job of that, but asking them to call one of you every time they go to do their job every day, to be honest with you, is an unrealistic ask. And Shannon works for my department, and I don't know if I can ask her to do that every day.
I'm not asking Shannon to, I'm not asking Mike to, but somebody with some authority got to call either the mayor or Jim Dowling and let them know so we know before we do it. And that's just what I'm asking. That I like everybody, I think everybody does a good job, but I'm telling you, we have to know.
Do you mean
We
before
gotta
they,
know.
Do you mean before they go and interact with people at an encampment?
No.
Before they go interact with people on a one-on-one basis every day?
Not at
Because
all.
I can say there were a number of,
Ethan.
there were a number of calls over the past year and a half about a certain individual in your ward who
Yes.
the community was concerned about.
Absolutely.
And they went out multiple times to work with that individual. And on a number of different occasions, he gave them permission to discard of some of his things.
Yes.
And permission was not needed to do that.
I'm talking about in a situation where we just had a big blowout from the community, right? And where we tried an ordinance, the community didn't like it, we pulled it back, and then we go out there and we're gonna make a decision to do something. We gotta know it's gonna be a big deal, right? So you have to let us know. Now, what you're talking about with Dave, absolutely. Does he have to get up from there and can't do some of the things that he does? I've worked with Mike. I've went and talked to people unhoused and, hey, man, we can't do this in front of this lady's house, da. So I get it. I'm right there with you. We've had several situations in Ward 2 where we had to move people along for various reasons, and I stand by those decisions. But I'm just saying, in these situations where it's a big deal like this, and I'm not really even pointing to your department, for honestly, I'm really talking to our officer, Mike. I've known Mike for a very, very long time. I'm not saying this in no malice. I know Leach, Scarlett, all of them. And I'm saying to our whole department, before we make a move like this, we gotta let somebody higher up know. So we can know, just so we can talk to our constituents and say, hey, this is why they're there, this is what they're doing. They're gonna talk to everybody, they're gonna go through it. They're not going to do anything against the law or hurt anybody or move them away. That's all I'm saying. I just think that's a proper thing to do for it. Just like you would want me to let you know when I'm trying to change the minority business numbers, right? You took offense with me not calling you. So I'm just saying, in this situation where something's really, really big, I just want to know whether you do it, whether Mike does it, whether Scarlett does it, whether Leach does it, just call. And if you can't get a hold of the mayor, call Alderman Dowling. That's it.
Alderman Gregory, the same conversation the chief and I had with some of the staff. Neither one of us got a phone call. So it wasn't that I wasn't available. We just didn't get calls. I will say that the department did not think that doing their daily job was going to be such a big problem. But that, we've had the conversation with them. We've asked them to think in advance and have conversations. So what your request is that conversation has taken place.
Thank you.
Yes,
And-
sir.
And my final statement is, and I've said this, in several meetings that I've been in, and while I get why you're with Ms. Shannon, right? We also have to understand on the flip side that there are some situations where we've seen people killed who are having mental health issues and this and that. So people have some reservations about police interaction with homeless people. And guys, I can't talk now. But so, and that's a real thing. That is a real thing, and we have to understand that. And I think going forward we have to understand that. You know, I know there's other ways and tactics that people that people are training to deal with this issue, where they're taking law enforcement totally out of it, right? For various reasons. I mean, we just seen a lady shot in the face, mental health issues, right? So we have to understand that, and I'm not talking to you, Mike, because I know
get
you
it.
understand
I
that.
get it.
But I'm just saying, for the collective, we have to understand that. We gotta understand it, and if we don't understand it, we're gonna keep being told it. Trust me. So, and I rest my case. I respect all of y'all, but I'm just saying it puts us in a crunch.
We will continue to work with the knowledge that we have at the scene.
I appreciate you.
The knowledge we have at the scene, we'll do the best of our ability with.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for being up here. Oh, sorry, no, you're not done yet. It's still me. First of all, I want to thank Shannon, Officer Newman. I had the privilege of spending some time going around with you to see how you do your job on a day-to-day basis. And Shannon, we got to sit in the library together. Has it been a year or so?
I think so.
This year went by quickly. Someone just told me today's October. And I want to reiterate, I'm going to try, first of all, I want to say all of my colleagues have made really great points. Alderman Gregory, I tried not to do ditto marks every time you were saying something I wanted to say, so I'm going to try not to repeat too much, but some of this I think does bear repeating. First of all, the first thing I want to repeat, which I think everyone has said, is that your commitment to what you do and your intentions are never at question. I have seen how hard you both work. I know that you approach our unhoused residents, it's the people who live in Springfield who just don't have housing, with compassion and patience, much more patience than most people have. These are difficult situations, and we know that. As Alderman Gregory just kind of mentioned, though, we also know that we're seeing that there are gaps. This is a situation that needs that constant check-in and that constant communication. And I think we're getting a clear message from this council tonight that we want to know that you're sitting down and that we're having maybe a much more honest conversation with our partners. And these are our social service providers. These are other frontline workers. I know I've seen Penny from Fifth Street Renaissance has been making all sorts of faces at me. I don't know if we can have her come up and speak tonight too, but our partners do a lot of work, and they are trained in that regard, and they're there with in hours that we're not able to be. As you pointed out, one of the gaps you identified, the hours of your work. And you're absolutely right. If we could carbon copy you guys and have 3 shifts, that would be fabulous. Officer Newman, you and I talked just the bare logistics of having overlap between the home reach officer because of that gap in trust and that time to get to know people and establish a communication. Because I think, again, Alderman Gregory pointed out, there is fear sometimes when people deal with the police department. And that's based on all sorts of background and experience, and you can't be expected to solve that, but what we can be expected to be is part of solutions. And the city has made a commitment, and we've been part of this to be a commitment to supporting those organizations, to supporting the work that's needed to take this into a better place and to a place of a solution-driven result, right? So that we see people are getting housed, but we also see that people have somewhere else to be other than, finding comfort in being unhoused. Because I know we have shelter resources, people can go to them, and there are a myriad of reasons. And I am not the expert in this. So I'm not gonna speculate and I'm not gonna talk to people's motivations. I'm just gonna say, I would very much like to see that we have, a more honest, meaningful sit-down with all of the partners. And I'm going to actually kind of take it back a half a step. I don't think that needs to happen in a city council meeting. And part of the reason for that is that some of the absolute worst meetings we've had have been around people then coming up and commenting on their perceptions of the unhoused community. We have literally had people called garbage in an open meeting. And that is not appropriate. What I would like to see is that you work, sit down, and again, when I say honest, I'm talking about look at our strengths, look at our weaknesses. As Alderman Gregory pointed out, where are our gaps and how do we address those? And this is the time to do that because we're heading into budget season. It is October. We don't work with the budget until January? December. So it's coming. And this is where a lot of the things for this council, how do we prioritize what we want and our goals and our objectives? A lot of how we do that is through our budget. And I think we have in the past on this council kind of made the statement that the city should not be that frontline service provider. Shannon, you fill a role that is critically important, and I'm not saying that that shouldn't be there. But I also want to know that we know we have partners, and we know that they have, there are things that they're very good at. I will tell you, I've talked to Renetta. One of the things she also agrees, we need more street outreach. But who funds that, right? So maybe is that something where we need to be looking at so that we have more people who are doing that frontline relationship building and then moving people into housing? You know, these are all really important conversations, and I'm not going to go too long again. My colleagues really stated a lot of really great concerns. I just want to be very careful that none of us are using our time around this horseshoe to diminish in any way, shape, or form the work that our partners also do. And I don't think that either one of you really, I don't think that was the intention of what you were saying tonight either. What you're trying to say is, you know, what you do and the heavy load that you lift, we need to make sure that we're lifting that with all of our partners. Because we've made that decision. We don't want to have the city being that first and only social service provider because we know it's a varied work. It is a work that requires a lot of willing hands and a lot of background and experience and a variety of background and experience, and we have that in our social service providers and in our partners. And again, I'm looking at Penny because I know how much work Fifth Street does. Fifth Street has been mentioned tonight. I don't know if we need to allow Penny some time to
People signed up to
speak to
speak.
that. We'll probably have to do that on another night, but I also would really strongly encourage the city can be that leadership role in bringing everyone together and having really an honest conversation, not a finger pointing, right? Because we have professionals in this community. We have really wonderful people who have compassion and deep hearts and background and experience, and I count you among those. And we need to make sure that we're all working together and pulling in the same direction because this gets complicated very quickly. So I just want to thank you. And I just want to thank you both also for your service and what you do. But I also just want to just caution that we need to make sure that the front line social service providers that we do have in our community, and yes, we give them some money, but we're not even the leading funder a lot of these social service agencies. They go to a lot of other outside sources, especially, you know, state and federal grants. So I just want to be careful that we don't undermine the work that everyone's doing. And again, thank you both for your time. This is not an easy job. No one's ever said it was easy. And it doesn't end at 5 o'clock. It doesn't end at 5 in the morning or 2 in the morning. And I appreciate and recognize what you both do, and that we have other people in the back of the room and in the audience and who are listening tonight who also very much want to be part of this solution. So again, I just strongly encourage, while SEED is in place, I'd like to see that we have a sit down that's a little more open and honest and you know, we readjust. I mean, maps need to be changed sometimes, and direction needs to be corrected. There's nothing wrong with that. There's no shame in that. If you can't acknowledge where you're not meeting, then we can't make the adjustments to make sure that we do meet. And so, thank you, Mayor. This,
I would like to
Alderwoman. Yes, ma'am.
respond.
Sure.
Thank you for all the compliments you gave to us, as well as the community. We're not finger pointing, we're not discrediting anyone.
Thank you.
We were asked questions, and I was asked to answer them honestly. So that's all that was.
and I know that you know that these are our partners. Because
Yeah.
we have to work together, right? And I know that you know that. So I just want to make sure that was real clear. Thank you,
And
Shannon.
so I've not only worked with them in this position, but before this position, I was a director of supportive services somewhere else, and I worked with them there as well. So I know everything that they do. I know what they're capable of. They all do great things. So I was just coming up here. I was answering questions that I was asked, honestly.
Thank you. And if I didn't mean to make it sound like you were throwing someone under the table, or sorry, under the bus, table would be gentler, but, and I know that your goal is the same as everyone's, which is, let's improve this.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's 2 steps forward and 6 back. We know that, but we have to keep making those steps forward. And I appreciate you both being part of that solution.
Thank you.
Alderman Hanauer.
Thank you, Mayor. I am concerned, though, and I appreciate you saying that, you know, we're not finger pointing, but it doesn't seem like we're all moving in the same direction. And I've been concerned over the last few weeks that the group that we gave $250,000 to, which I thought they were going to be the lead group on homeless issues and, you know, the unhoused issues and that. And they've been silent. They haven't come up. They've been here. They don't come up. And, you know, when we funded them, we were told that this was going to be the start of zero. And that they were in the lead. And they sure haven't taken the lead. They have not taken the lead. And I will tell you right now, I want to see some major changes on how things are done before I push the button to give $250,000 to them this year, because I'd rather give it to these guys than give it to them, because they're not leading. They are not leading on this. And I think it's a dang shame. So, you know, I think that we have a lot of gaps. I mean, that's evident. One of the gaps that concerns me is you can get people housed, but what about the people that don't want to? What about people that don't want to go to the homeless shelters? What about the people that just refuse to do those things? We don't have anything there. What gaps, what can we do for that gap? And I don't know if there's any group that's treating those or trying to get them treatments or whatever, but it's something that it is a big gap. You can't force people to go to the shelters. You can't force people to get a home, to take an apartment, because if they can go in, but they'll be out the next day. You know, so I think that I'm very disappointed that we don't see more leadership on many of these issues coming from, you know, the continuum. So, thank you.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Thank you, Mayor. Since Alderman Gregory brought it up, I was gonna wait to the end to ask you all, because I got phone calls, which I called you, Mike, as soon as I saw the video. Got phone calls from Lincoln Park and Enos Park as to how this took place, and I was being shamed on Facebook, saying, shame on you. You ordered the police to go out here and do this, and I had nothing to do with that. So I wanted to ask you all to just clear that while my neighborhood association is in here, and state briefly how that happened.
Briefly, how that happened is, of course, what some people don't understand is we visit that location often. Public Works brings trash bags, garbage cans, which they empty weekly, sometimes twice a week, depending on the amount of trash that has accumulated. So what happened is we went out to assess the issue that was out there, noticed that the trash cans were full, and that there were some issues. while addressing those issues and calling for Public Works to come and empty the 3 large trash cans that were full, inquired if there was anything else that needed to be taken, inquired what property was out there that was abandoned property or discarded property. At no point in time did we go out there to clear or take anything. We did what we normally do, which is pick up discarded trash by the use of Public Works. Ms. Shannon stood by, Ms. Allen stood by, and made sure that the individuals there were able to separate their personal items from items that they wanted discarded. The items that were put in a pile that they wanted discarded were the only items that were removed. So we didn't take anything, we didn't clear anything. The items that were discarded, and she can clarify, were placed in the pile not by Springfield Police Department, not by Public Works, but by the individuals who were there at the site.
Okay, and the follow-up question was from my neighbor, actually 2 on the other side of, where our old Shop and Save used to be. That neighborhood had also reached out to me too. They said, is this something that will be typical for us to do, to go and clean up this area? Was this the first time that we had seen this happen?
This is not the first time that we've assisted in keeping that corner clean. As I said, Public Works brings trash bags out. When the trash bags are full, Public Works picks them up. It was not something that was out of the ordinary. We offer resources. That's not out of the ordinary. What was out of the ordinary was the photographs and the not misinformation, the photographs and the lies that were put out about what was occurring.
And the gazebo that was there, we asked, did they want to remove that or take it down?
The gazebo that was out there was blocking the sidewalk, not blocking the sidewalk, excuse me, blocking the view of any individuals. And while we were there, 6 individuals crossed that street to the point that we were making. You cannot see down the sideline of a roadway with a large object blocking both the merging area for vehicles and where people are crossing. There are a number of children, and as a police officer and a citizen of Springfield, Illinois, had I not addressed that issue and a child had been struck or an adult had been struck, I would have had to deal with that about myself, with myself. So I was not going to leave that area with a safety violation in place that could cause someone to be hurt or killed. People have already been struck at that corner. It is my job to ensure that that area is safe. Did we remove that gazebo? No, we did not. The gazebo, after speaking to the gentleman inside the gazebo who agreed, he understood that it was blocking the view, took it down himself, decided to discard it himself. Well, I can't stop people from throwing away their own items, and when they do, and we dispose of it through Public Works, once the narrative is out there and people jump on that wagon, there's nothing we can do about it. I'm just going to do my job with all fairness and the best of my ability.
Thank you. And then the last clarification is, how often do we empty those trash cans so people know now when they see Public Works out there? Is it every day, once a week? How often is it?
I think it depends on because it's not like a residence or like a part of the city where it's a normal thing to do. We kind of go out of our way to try to keep the area beautified in spite of kind of what we have going on. So I think Public Works has a spotter, or each area, if I'm not mistaken, has spotters. So they drive by, if they see it, they can call in. Public Works can bring out a truck or one of the claws, because, you know, again, that was used at this point in time, so they can clean it up. But it's not like every Monday or every other Wednesday. It's kind of on a as needed, because you can't gauge how many people are going to be on that corner throughout the week.
Okay. Mayor, is that like our zoning manager who probably checks that and see it? Okay. Thank you.
Alderwoman Notriano?
Thank you, Mayor. So I would like to echo Alderwoman Conley's sentiment and Alderman Donlin and everybody else who's thanked y'all for what you're doing. I know your jobs are the jobs of several people, and your work is appreciated and respected. And I am a huge advocate for safe streets, safe sidewalks. And I want to thank you for asking that person to take down the gazebo that was obstructing the traffic. I really, really appreciate you doing that. And to the community, I would like for us to be reminded that when we're donating and giving things to folks who don't have housing, are you giving them something that is going to make matters worse? How are they going to get it around, keep it on their person? How are they going to live their lives with the things you're providing them? We all have the best of intentions, but we need to realize, like, encampments are not places for us to dump our Goodwill items at. Encampments are not places for us to unload stuff that we don't want. Yeah, just keep in mind, the help that you're trying to give may be harming if you're saddling these individuals with more property than they can handle. Yeah, so that's that. Thank you very much for that. And to the point of Heartland House and the issues that, you know, Alderman Hanauer brought up, I just want to keep reminding everyone that Heartland House, as the continuum of care, the replacement of the continuum, is a very new concept. Like, this has only been in practice for like, what, 2 years, maybe 2.5 years? We're just getting started. Their job right now is to highlight all these gaps, and they're working on it. But we can't expect to solve homelessness in the city of Springfield in 2.5 years. And let me tell you, $250,000 a year toward that cause is a bargain, a bargain. We need to be thinking about amongst ourselves how much more we can give to that end. And, you know, honestly, I will leave it at that. Thank you so much for the work that you do. And I look forward to hearing from Josh Sabo. And I think whenever everyone is able to hear what his organization is up against and what they're doing, we are going to be so appreciative of what they've done so far and what they will do in the future. So, thank you, Mayor.
Madam Mayor.
Real quick, please.
Can I let Ethan Posey speak, and then you can, Alderman Rockford?
I just wanted to speak to Alderwoman Notariano's point. I can't agree with you more that $250,000 in this field is a drop in the bucket. Just for you that don't know, in case you think some of my opinions are misinformed, before I moved to Springfield, my master's degree is in psychology. I've been a drug counselor. I've been an advocate in therapy drug court. I worked as a mental health specialist before I came here. In another life, Shannon and I are two halves of the same coin for dealing with this issue. And if we want to increase resources and increase her team, I don't want there to be a misconception that we can just grab people to have them do outreach and think that that is going to be an effective way to bolster the team. Shannon has her master's in social work. So if we're adding more people that are at Shannon's caliber, I just want you to be aware we're hiring people with MSWs, LCSWs, master's level therapists to work with the individuals. A lot of times when, you know, you look at the unhoused community, the high drug use is seen as, we have a high comorbidity rate with mental health problems and drug use. Some of our individuals are self-medicating to deal with schizophrenia or a list of other, you know, mental health issues that they're dealing with. Like they said, if you've been turned away from one of the shelters for any reason, depending on what your mental health situation is, that may be enough for you to never go back to that situation. So although a lot of these organizations do have case managers and LCSWs who are there, if that trust is broken, it's very difficult for our team to get those individuals to actually go and seek those services. So although I'm hearing, hey, you know, we don't want to be the frontline mental health workers, I understand that. But in order to bolster the team, I don't want there to be the misconception that we can pick someone who's underqualified to fill that role. It has to be someone who is licensed and qualified to help deal with mental health issues in order to help rebuild that trust, in order to help build up that rapport with the individuals and get us to the point where we can try again to get them into a shelter. So I know there's been a lot of talk about how can we help and what kind of resources there are. I just don't want there to be any misconceptions on the level of help that's needed and the level of investment it will take to do what you all are talking about.
Alderman Rockford.
Thank you. So Ethan, along them lines, this is what we're talking about, communication. So we sit down and we talk about what we need and what what we're expecting, right? I mean, you know, the funding's there, so, you know, allocate them funds to the people, the professionals that we need. There's not enough communication, you know that. I mean, you can see it. It's been going on for years. You know, and get back to the dumping of the clothes. And when I was at the Salvation Army, when I was working for the city, the biggest hindrance was people driving up and dropping loads of clothes that just sat there, got wet. Nobody, you know, people went through them and they sat there. So again, not necessarily in this situation, but who knows where the clothes came from? Who knows who they belong to? So again, we like the kindness, but it's also a hindrance. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank Mr. Posey, Ms. Allen, and Mr. Newman, Officer Newman, for being here. The reason I wanted them to present to you is because there are a lot of gaps, and you need to hear it. And then we will have the organizations talk with us as well. One of the biggest gaps I find is street outreach, and that is just not Shannon, but that is mental health crisis coordinators, as well as what Shannon does with any individual in our community that needs help. And so I went to a listening session with Senator Durbin, and I actually spoke about this. And I said, what are we doing on a federal level? This is not a Springfield issue. This is a national issue. And Senator Durbin came to his hometown and met with Ms. Allen and talked to her and got stories from her about what she's doing. He then called and said, thank you for introducing me to her. She is doing God's work, and I do see we need more of this work. So we're trying to put a light on this on a national level, on a state level, because funding is the biggest issue. And Alderwoman Conley or Notriano hit it on the head. I think it was Notriano. Heartland House does not have enough funding to get us to functional zero. That is a fact. But we have to talk about all these issues because we don't have enough people doing outreach to even get us to functional zero as well. Because as you hear, there are communities that are being left out of the assistance area. So just thank you for coming. It was just an education piece tonight. There will be more to come, but this is not just a Springfield issue. So thank you. We're going to move on to the meeting. We'll speak at the end of the meeting, sir. The chair is going to entertain a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the September 17th, 2024 regular city council meeting and approve the minutes.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the minutes? Alderman Gregory.
Oh, no discussion on the minutes.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The chair will now entertain a motion to incorporate the pre-council first reading of ordinances into the record of this council meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the pre-council first reading? Seeing none. All those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to incorporate the pre-council reading of the consent agenda into the record of this council meeting.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second on the pre-council reading of the consent agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The chair will now entertain a motion to place the consent agenda on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. Alderman Gregory.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And I guess this question would be for Corporation Counsel. I have a note here. I I have had a lengthy discussion with not only my colleague to the left of me. If we want to reconsider one of the ordinances, is this now the time to do it, or?
Not during, unless it's on consent agenda, now would not be the time. It could be brought up under old business.
Okay.
Is it on consent, Alderman Gregory?
It's 353-02-09-24, no.
If it's already been passed at a city council meeting, then it should operate under old business, which would be a
Thank you.
motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, Alderman Gregory?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Then the voting will now be open. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion carries with 9 voting yes, none voting no. Agenda items 2024-178, 2024-239, 2024-331, and 2024-333 remain tabled or in committee. We do have a citizen who signed up to speak on ordinance 2024-331. Is Beth Langen here?
Yes, she's over there.
Okay, if you would like to come up to the podium, ma'am. Nicole, can you help her, please? Thank you so much. Ms. Nicole's coming up to help you, okay, Ms. Langen? Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, just for parliamentary procedure, I'll make a motion for discussion of this ordinance.
Second.
Sorry. Thank you, Alderman Donovan. We have a motion for discussion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Okay. Thanks. Can you hear me? I'm a little far from the mic.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I'm not a yeller. Okay. My name is Beth Langen. I'm here as a resident of Ward 8 and a patron of Hoagland. I use those elevators for access. They are old. They are not ADA compliant. But I'm here to ask you to please amend the ordinance to use some funds other than CDBG. TIF funds, general funds, other funds. TIF funds are generally used for improving physical structures. This just doesn't and shouldn't have to be done at the expense of community development projects needed by low and moderate income residents for whom these HUD funds are intended to benefit. As you know, you get CDBG allocated to the city from HUD based on the number of residents in poverty, and they are to be targeted to benefit them. Several aldermen at the last meeting noted that the entire community benefits from Hoagland, and that is absolutely true. It's also another reason why CDBG funds shouldn't be used. I don't think anybody has or would assert that Hoagland primarily benefits low and moderate income residents, as HUD defines as the primary predominant beneficiaries. With the use of CDBG funds, though, I think the more important question isn't whether you could use them, it's whether you should. And it just shouldn't be placed in competition with or deplete the limited resources you have that are intended for and urgently needed by the city's most economically disadvantaged residents. Part of it is, for me, about people on the margins. If you have a disability, temporary or permanent, if you're older and you need access, you get pushed to the margins. If you're poor, you're pushed to the margins. We don't want to be forced to compete with each other for limited resources. We have to reject that framing. And most of the time, it only happens because we don't look at the whole pie. We only look at a slice of it. So I'm asking you to please reconsider that. I also appreciate that you probably feel like you're in kind of an awkward position, something you probably want to do, but it's being framed for you as from these resources. Resources are only limited if we only look at a piece of it. I share your discomfort. I need the elevator. I hope you do it. I simply am asking that you not do it with CDBG funds. Nothing I'm saying is to diminish the value of Hoagland to the community or to diminish the need. Just don't do it at the expense of the people and the neighborhoods in our community who have the greatest needs and the fewest options. That's who CDBG funds are targeted to benefit. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Langen, Alderman Gregory is signed up to speak. I don't know if he's speaking to you or the ordinance.
Sure, two things, I'm gonna speak to both.
Okay.
I apologize for not emailing you back.
It's okay.
I meant to press send, but it didn't. It's still sitting in my drafts. But thank you so much for sending that email. I definitely agree with you, as you know. And now to the ordinance, Corporation Council, if I bring this out now, are we voting on it now for passage, or?
So if you bring it out now, then yes, it would be voted on for passage. If you want to amend it, we can bring it out in committee of the whole and then vote on an amendment at that time.
Okay.
Or you can bring it out and do a floor amendment today as well.
Okay. Gentlemen from the Hoagland, I don't want to have you keep waiting, right? So I'm gonna pull this out. I'll try some amendments and then we'll go there on our thing, okay? Unless you would like to wait, but I think you guys have been here a couple weeks and I don't want to have you guys keep waiting. I want you to have a decision before you. All right. So I'm gonna pull this out. I do want to make an amendment. I motion to pull 2024-331 out for debate.
I have a motion to pull out
Second.
2024-331. Do I have a second?
Yep, second.
Second. All those in favor to pull it out, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Okay. I'm going to read it into the record. Is that all right, Alderman?
Absolutely.
Okay. 224-331, an ordinance authorizing a subrecipient agreement with Hoagland Center for the Arts for the modernization and repair of 2 elevators using community development block grant funds in an amount not to exceed $190,000 for the Office of Planning and Economic Development. Do you have an amendment you would like to bring forward,
I
Alderman?
do. I had an amendment prepared, and it was from Tiff. After this good discussion of how much funding would be in there, is somebody from Economic Development? Come on, okay. Or Miss Julia.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Julia.
I'm with Community Development. I've been working with the Hoagland this whole time on this project. As requested, we did present it to the ECDC on September the 16th. It passed unanimously. They were happy that it was going to be used with Community Development Block Grant funding because there's going to be no increase to the tax value because it's a maintenance project. The Hoagland is in a qualified census tract, so it does qualify for CDBG funds, not only because of the handicap accessibility issue. I feel like it's a good use of CDBG funds, that community centers should be able to be utilized by everyone in our community, and those elevators need to be working in order to be ADA compliant, so.
I agree with you on all of those points. I just have a problem with the funding, and you know, anytime I've been here long enough, anytime with CBDG, whether it's in popular place on the roads or whatever, we can twist and turn it. I'm fully aware of that. I get that. You know, so I don't want to belabor the point. I want to try to amend this. And if there's any one of my colleagues before I do that has any ideas on what fund, I certainly would entertain that, but I think that this expenditure, because you know, this is what I'm in between. This is what I'm facing, right? I'm facing either spending this $190,000 and the rest of our CBDG funding till next 2025, where people in my community desperately need for roofs and on and on. I get these calls every day. Not to mention the problem that we spoke on earlier. With our unhoused community. So I'm put up against the wall between that and the Hoagland, which I respect and I support. So I want to see something done, but I definitely don't want to see our CBDG, our last.
Can I address that?
Sure.
We do have funds set aside for housing rehab, so the roof issue is not a problem. I also have a separate grant to support the unhoused. $2.2 million, so we have plenty of funds there as well. And then also with the TIF funding, we have over $2 million in request for TIF funds, the Adam Street, and there's some other businesses that have asked for funding. And we only have 1.5 million in that fund. So the money's just not there to give them. We considered TIF, but the money's just not there, so.
But we would be able to frame a project with future increment. Is that correct? We've done that several times. So I'm not gonna
Possibly,
use.
but we're so far behind,
Right.
it would be hard, like, we have one business that's asking for $1.5 million. We can give them that over time, but we also have another over $1 million worth of people who are asking for money. So the funds just aren't there in TIF this year.
Okay. So I'm at this point because I know our director said that that's it. That's all the CBDG money till next year. So that's very alarming to our community when we say that. And now you're saying that we do have some.
Well, those aren't okay. In May, we do an annual action plan.
Yes, ma'am.
So we designate how we're gonna spend our funds. That's how it works. So, at that point in time, we allocate where those funds are gonna go. So we're supposed to spend those funds. That's what we're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
So we have assigned them to other organizations, and we've set money aside for rehab to houses, for public services, for public facilities. When I met with you in March, I let you know we had maybe $60,000 in public facilities dollars. I'm asking that we give the whole Glen $190,000 of that. And what wasn't already designated to, say, Be Neighbors, and different organizations that we did put in our annual plan, so.
So how much of this fund that gonna go to public facilities is left? Is this over, is done?
Everything's been allocated, yes. For public facilities, yes.
It just concerns me, that's all. And I don't want to go backwards, I want to go forward. But we've had some projects where we were looking to have some community centers for children and all of those things, and the department really fought against us to do that. But then we turn around and, we want to fix some elevators and quite frankly.
Which I think is important, and we are gonna have an application period in January and February, where organizations will be able to apply for funding, for upcoming funding.
Okay.
So those organizations that need funding, they can apply then, and then they'll be in our annual plan for this upcoming year.
Okay. All right, thank you. It's our budget director, Ms. Metzger. If we take this out of American Rescue Funds, how much does that leave us with?
It's all committed, isn't it? It's all committed.
It's committed, but it hasn't been spent. It's allocated. We can always change those things.
So you're gonna pull a
Correct.
program? Is that what you're gonna do?
I'm sorry?
Are you suggesting we pull a program?
Well, I mean, I don't really want to get into it, but I can say that I would expect that if we're going to spend $600,000 on Old Town apartments, that we're going to get our funding back because that is a private development, and we shouldn't just be throwing away American Rescue Funds to somebody who has millions of dollars. So, and that's just how I feel about that. I mean, regardless whether we leave it there or not, when we do take that action, I would hope that we be seeking our funding back. There was over $3 million that was in American Rescue Funds for our community. And all of that was taken. Every last dollar was taken from housing, from broadband, from a whole lot of things that are important to the community. To go do things like tear down a private development. I got a whole lot of private developments I want tore down, but they're not tore down. We own them, so we're gonna tear some down. It's $690-some thousand to tear down 36 properties that we own. So, OUCP buildings, we own them. We're just trying to do something with them. So, I don't think $190,000 from $33 million of ARPA funds is gonna hurt us for that particular project. That's just my. So where would that leave us, Ms. Metzger?
out of the 600,000? Is that's where you're looking?
Yeah, because it was 600 and some change.
If we can do that, we still have, through December 31st of this year, that we can make that change. Adjustments.
Is that your amendment, Alderman?
Yes, I'd
take
like
it?
to make an amendment to change this funding source to American Rescue Funds, please.
I have a motion to take the 190 from American Rescue Plan Act dollars. Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second. Any discussion on that? Is yours I know, are either of you that signed up to speak have discussion on that issue? Yes. Okay, you do. Do you have discussion on the
No, I just
funding?
wanted to say
Let's
that
do the funding first. Sorry,
on the funding.
yeah, I'm just letting discussion on the funding.
Okay,
The
all right,
change of
right.
that.
Well,
Sorry.
ARPA, to me, is the proper funding, since we can't use the TIF. My priority was to use the TIF, because TIF may be outcast for others, but then the department has to have priorities. Either you want to fix elevators and then do some of this other stuff, but obviously everybody can't be first. Somehow, we are discussing doing elevators because that came up first, but we can't use TIF because it's dedicated to other people. I don't get that. So since ain't no priority and we made it this far to ARPA, I can live with ARPA, and so that's why I second it, Mayor.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Alderwoman Conley, did you have a comment?
I guess I wasn't clear which project this would come from.
I think the Alderman is suggesting the Old Town Line.
Okay, the Old Town demolition.
Correct, Alderman? I'm not speaking for you, but.
No. And yes, and the only reason I say that, how far off we are, Murdoch, from doing anything with that project?
So over our objection, council was, for the Old Town was given until October 15th to file their reply brief. So we're still several months out from having oral arguments and having a decision, and then that's just for the 5 buildings that were at issue in our first case.
All right, thank you.
Any other discussion on the change of funding amendment first? Alderman Donlin.
Yeah, Mayor, I really don't. Alderman, I appreciate what you're trying to accomplish. Have supported many, many types of projects in your ward and others. But we have an eyesore, a problem. Although it is indeed a private project, the goal would be that if we were able to get permission from the appellate court to proceed with the demolition, the liens would be put on the property, and ultimately, it's paid back to the city.
Right.
And those funds could therefore be used for other projects, such as the one you described. So I would encourage my colleagues that have been around the city, that have taken a look at the problems that have occurred on that particular development, and that's a whole nother city council meeting we could spend on that, believe me. But I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
Alderman Gregory, you signed up again?
No, and I respect your thinking on that, and I thought about that long and hard, right? So if we're gonna get the money back, what's the problem with spending $190,000? Because no matter what happens with the property, they're gonna have to pay us every dollar that's owed on the lien, whether George Jefferson buys it, whether Keisha buy it, whether I buy it, we still gonna have to pay that lien, right? Just like Ferguson Booth, they owed $1 million. Can't nothing get done with it until they pay that $1 million that's owed. So this is not a loss. I'm almost borrowing it. And that property is gonna be ours, and nobody can do nothing with it or move forward until they pay, and they're gonna have to pay it back, and we put the $190,000 back. I don't see where it hurts. It's $190,000. If push came to shove, we could take that out of corporate funds and still proceed without a blink of an eye. We just refinanced $28 million.
Alderwoman Purchase, did you have any comments?
Ms. Metzger.
Oh, sorry, were you done?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize.
Mayor,
Alderwoman
she's trying
Purchase.
to get you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
If we have to give the money back, we'll have to give it back to the U.S. Treasury as well, if we get that money back from court.
Doesn't go to the city fund, it goes back to the feds.
Yes.
So we won't have a loss is what we're saying.
Right.
We're not gonna be out $190,000.
We would not if we get that money back. But if we get the money back, we have to turn around and give it to the government. So back to the government, federal government.
Right.
We
Right,
won't
that's-
have it if we spend it.
The ARPA funds are only for
and
expenditure.
recover.
She's saying if we get repaid, we would need to repay that money back.
Right, okay, okay. But we're not out of, we wouldn't just lose $190,000.
We'd have to find out, we'd have to get a different way of funding. So if we take the $190,000 out of 600, 700,000, so it comes time to tear down the buildings, we're gonna have to come up with the money to make up the difference. Because that money's, when we get it back, is gonna go towards to the federal government, the ARPA fund.
Take it out of ARPA.
Could you pull from corporate?
Alderman, or Alderwoman Purchase, did you have a comment you wanted to make on the funding portion?
Yes, so I was gonna ask, since Alderman Donilon has asked us to vote no on a project that's in his ward, where are we at if we just pulled it from corporate?
I don't have a problem with either one. I just think that we have enough funds in other funds that we can use this, that we can make this happen for the Hoogland and not take away public services.
And then,
Because like I said, we've had, you know, we've been trying to do things with our youth and our community and everything else. I just had 3 15-year-olds, 2 shot, 1 stabbed, on and on and on. But when we go to that department, we can't get no money for these things. But all of a sudden, $690,000 appears. We got it all of a sudden.
and
But
so,
when we wanted to do something for our children who are dying on the streets every day, to get them off the streets, I ain't got no money, you know? So and the only reason I would even be bold enough to do this is because I've sat here, I swallowed seeing $3 million taken away from our community. Because I'm steady thinking, okay, we got this, we got that, I'm gonna wiggle, move. And then I see these things come before us, one of them for a project that we don't even need in the city. That's the problem. We got too many social services places. We need to improve the ones we got. So that's what I would like to do. I just like to amend it for ARPA, and you know, if some think it's better for corporate fund, that's fine as well. But one thing for sure, 2 things for certain: we have enough money to spare $190,000 for these elevators if we want them fixed. But
so
if
I'm not challenging that part about us having enough money, Sean. I was gonna ask, is Val here?
No.
Julie is here for
Okay,
OPEB.
Ms. So I was wondering, did they have any other suggestions of where this money could come from? Because see, we all getting pushed against each other right now. So Donilon got a project that he got going on and want us to respect it. Sean has what he's asking for. Is there some other source that we can meet in the middle, which I thought might have been corporate fund? And then Ms. Raymond, I'll never get your last name right, but you has, Metzger. You had said that we're not losing the money if,
If it's spent on Old Town and we recover from Old Town and it's after 12/31 of 2024, we will have to give that money back to the federal government. So we would lose it at that point.
and then if Sean takes it from the project, it's still coming from corporate to fix the project to get torn down, correct?
Correct.
So, and how you feeling about that? I'm just asking. Because it's gonna be coming right out of corporate anyway, so should we take it out of corporate and it still meets in the middle?
I'm okay with that. We can change it to corporate if we're against ARPA.
I'm trying to help.
No, I totally appreciate it. I just felt like ARPA was a appropriate fund since, you know, $3 million was allocated to things and, you know, that benefited the east side and it was taken away for this private development, part of it anyway, so.
I wanna do what you wanna do, Sean, but I'm just asking if that was open to you, so it's up to you.
Well, we still have 3 others signed up to speak, so before we change the amendment, let's let them speak.
Sorry.
Alderman Williams, that's okay.
So I just want to be clear, both entities are for-profit.
Oh, wow.
Somebody, for mayor, I guess you're in chair.
They're a
Or-
501c3,
They're
right?
nonprofit.
Would both are nonprofit, or one's nonprofit and one's,
Who's both?
meaning between Donilon's project, Old Town, and between Hoagland?
They're a nonprofit. I
Okay.
believe yours is a for-profit business, correct?
It's a mess, is what it is.
Yeah,
Okay, so we just have to prioritize which is important. The raggedy old town that is eyesore versus the elevators that need to be, ADA compliance. I mean, I don't think this is really a hard decision. I think we use corporate or, anything but CDBG, fix the elevators, and then deal with Old Town with the remaining or other discussion about other funds to go along with what's left, to go with, your project, to get it completed. I think it's possible. There's all these sources there. Even if we have to take a look at TIF, I don't think it's right that TIF, I mean, you're the alderwoman, but TIF has money in it right now. This is up right now for debate right now. And we're saying, oh, but we're not going to touch all that over there. We're going to mess with everything else. So that's why I'm saying, I hear you. Let's do corporate because you want to reserve TIF for whatever you want to do. He wants to reserve ARPA for what he wants to do. But Sean has got some very salient issues that's been around for a while. And this is how the East Side is constantly treated. Constantly. We come up with all these different reasons why we can't, and that's why your director needs to be here right now.
who applied that we said we didn't have funding? Because I haven't turned anyone down this year.
Your boss just last week, the director, she said that was it, that was all.
Applied to me and I turned them away.
I get called all the time about their funding, who's waiting. I know, the guy that we talked about.
But no one's called me, and I have other funding sources that this wouldn't fit up with CARES money, like I said.
Still got CARES money?
We have a little bit of CARES money left.
How much CARES money we got?
We have about $360,000 in CARES money left.
Remind me the definition on the CARES.
Okay, so that's to address COVID concerns. So it has to fit in that arena. That's why we didn't think this would be a good fit. I do have an organization that is in the middle of applying for funds that it fits with. And so, but my point is that I haven't heard from anyone and turned them away. And there's other funding sources. When someone comes and applies to me, we sit down as a department and we try to figure out how we can fund them.
Well, I agree with you. This is public services. This is for public services buildings, right?
Public facilities,
Public
yes.
facilities, right? So we had a nonprofit before. That's actually in your Casper report that was just in there. And they ain't never been talked to. Better Life, Better Living.
Who is
Better
it?
Life, Better Living for Kids. They're listed as some of the organizations that we speak to.
When we do the consolidated plan, we don't
Right.
consult annually, but when we do our 5-year plan, which is coming up in 2025, we consult with those list of organizations to do our 5-year plan. So they were talked to then.
So
5 years ago?
I think
That was in 2020. That's when we do our 5-year plan as to the best way to serve the community and use our funds.
I understand. So I'll say this. In 2020, there was a whole different administration here. I know for sure that group, have been battling. I mean, they're waiting on some violence prevention grants, all of these things. We had a whole building over there that we wanted to do public services money that we were trying to spend. Now, I don't want to spend that money when we have other public services that really could use that funding for various reasons, various reasons. And it's really, really important. We talk about the unhoused. We have a major problem with gun violence in our community right now. Just in this span. We had it slow down, but it has definitely kicked up. I know we all know that. So I don't want to belabor the point. We have a motion on the floor.
We're still doing discussion. Alderman
Yeah,
Williams, were you done?
well, can you tell me again why we can't use the TIF?
The TIF, I'm not the TIF administrator, but we sat down, which we do with all of our projects. The TIF administrator, myself, our director, we sit down and when an organization or a business comes to us, we decide what's the best source of funding.
So what are
At the
those other,
time,
what are those other entities?
At the
Because she was
time,
in-
we had a lot of people that were requesting funds because of the Adams Street fire, and then another organization who's been asking us for funding since last year.
And to do what? I'm talking to her. To do what?
Yes, there's a bank building. Again, I'm not the TIF administrator, so I don't have the particulars
Well, and
on
so-
all of the projects. But I do know that there is double the amount that they have in the TIF of people who have reached out and asked for funds.
So
That,
this-
and they asked before the Hoagland asked.
You could do the elevators with the TIF and explain to the other entities, here's what's left. Everybody don't have to get their way. Everybody don't have to, because what you're doing is robbing everybody else. Funds that are for our area get robbed because so many downtown people want money. And all I'm saying, the alderman's trying to move it with us to say, well, let's do something else. But then it offends another alderman. Sometimes TIF has to understand, ain't that much TIF.
Yes. But again, I haven't told anyone, no, I haven't turned anyone
No,
down.
I'm not
There's
saying
not a
for
list
my
of people
ward,
waiting
for downtown?
CDBG funds that I have said, no, we're gonna do the Hoagland.
We're
Those
past
funds
the
were there.
CDBG, we're past that.
Oh, I thought we were gonna vote on it.
We're trying to vote on another funding source.
Okay.
That's where we're at right now. So we have clearly said we don't want to use CDBG. That's why we're bringing up TIF, that's why we're bringing up ARPA, and that's why we're bringing up just the general fund.
Our
Corporate.
director and our TIF administrator did not feel like TIF would work out for this project.
Well, that's why it comes to us and we get to decide if it does.
Right.
So we need to quit that. And Val, that's what, I'm not saying it to you, I would be saying it like this to your director.
I
Because
agree.
for the east side has suffered from this department doing this. And it puts us in this kind of a situation. Stay in your own TIF. Live within your own TIF.
All we can do is present it, and then you're right.
And quit
It's up to you
finding
to
other
vote.
sources that are meant for the poverty-stricken people or whatever you want to call us over there to make up for it. Well, we'll move this money around and take care of all these other things. Old Town, we'll take care of this, and then whatever's left, our TIF still gets their way, but we suffer over here. We need to change the funding. That's it. I'm at a point, we can do ARPA, we can do corporate, we can do TIF. Thank you, Mayor.
Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you, Mayor. Julie, I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Kind of circling back, because you talked about the different buckets that exist within CDBG. So, I deal with HUD and CDBG funds more in a disaster-related focus.
Okay.
So I deal with different kinds of buckets than what you're talking about. So could you maybe, smaller words, but just explain to me, when you say we have that, did you say public services, kind of that infrastructure bucket? Do we have other projects, if this 190 were to be moved, do we have other projects that could be allocated to? Because I understand there's a time frame for spending CDBG. And again, please correct me if I'm wrong on any of this. You're the expert in the room, so I want to make sure I'm asking the right question.
You're correct. If we were not to spend this on this project, then it would just be sitting there. There's no other organization that's applied for funds that is waiting for funds or that I've turned down.
And how does CDBG funds move within buckets? Is it, we do this as part of we set a plan up and that's where they go? Or is there more flexibility? And, because I understand HUD approves us, but I don't know exactly what schedule they approve us on.
Oh, annually, we're given about $1.3 million a year. 15% can go to public services, so programming, payroll, things like that for nonprofits. And then a portion of it goes to housing rehab. And then the rest we designate to public facilities. So fixing infrastructure and fixing projects for nonprofit organizations, getting their buildings up to code and helping with things like ADA accessibility and things like that.
And how much money was in the community, like the housing redevelopment, which Alderman Gregory was speaking to? How much money did we allocate to that program?
We allocated $250,000 in CDBG funds and then another $200,000 in home funds. And we also have other grants that we use for housing development. LED and HRAP are also used for our housing development.
And you said that you haven't turned anyone down, so how much is, and I realize you might not have your budget spreadsheet at the top of your head, but approximately how much is left for housing projects through the end of this year, right? Because when do we get our next?
For
Well, wait,
rehab?
just no, real quick, two questions. How much is available for rehab through the end of this year, if that's when we get our next allocation of CDBG funds?
I don't know right off the top of my head, but of the 250, we have at least half of that left of the CDBG funds. We have almost all of the 200,000. Matter of fact, we do have all of the 200,000 in home funds that can be used for housing rehab. We have about $300,000 in IDA funds, and then we have almost $3 million in lead funds for home rehab.
Okay, and when do we get the next allocation of CDBG?
Our next allocation will be July 1st of next year.
Of 25?
Yes.
So between October and July, even though our CDBG pot is not real deep, and I definitely understand the need to make sure that we're allocating for housing improvements, but we do have other sources of funding that's very specifically for those resources?
Correct. We will not run out of money.
Do you know, and I'm just going to ask because, I understand Alderman's concerns about people coming to him and then he's hearing, we get turned down or we're not able to access this. I know I'm probably asking you to speculate, but do you know where that might be coming from? Because it sounds like, again, the theme of tonight is communication, right? It sounds like there's a breakdown maybe in communication there.
Yeah, and maybe misinformation, maybe instead of contacting myself, they're hearing it from someone else that, oh, they're out of funding. Like I said, I have other funding sources, the CARES money, the ARPA funds for the unhoused. And so when someone comes in and needs funding, we sit down as a department and we figure out how we can help them, so.
And I just want to say, thank you for answering the questions, because again, I have enough information about CDBG to be just try to get right questions out.
Right.
And I do appreciate and respect that, you bring as a subject matter expert, a fair amount of depth and experience in dealing with this. So I thank you for those.
Yes, you're welcome.
Alderman Donlin?
Thank you, Mayor. I pushed my button quite a while ago, and it's hard to wait. One of the things that was said earlier, I'm going to speak a little out of character, but I think it needs to be pointed out. The Old Town project was discussed in this very chamber back when the budget was presented. You all commented in favor, not all, but you all had an opportunity to comment about it. As a matter of fact, it was not only brought up as a part of the budget presentation by the mayor, it was as a part of the discussion during that particular department's budget hearing, and it also was voted on as a part of the budget unanimously. I don't remember anybody voting against it. So don't act like this just came out of nowhere, all right? So now that we got that aside, I want to ask some questions of our staff. So we have dedicated, on paper, a portion of our ARPA funds in the tune of $600,000, if I recall correctly, towards the Old Town project. Counselor, you mentioned earlier that October 15th is the deadline for this particular owner, and I'll say it, a bad owner, to respond to the appellate court for a briefing. Is that correct?
Right, yeah, it's their reply brief.
Okay, and you're going to love this question because I know you don't know or you can't say the answer, but when is, after that hearing, or after that deadline passes, how much time can we expect for the appellate court to make up their mind?
Well, we're going to have oral arguments on it. We'll probably be set for December or January, and then
Right.
The decision will come down hopefully within 45 days, but
Right.
it's really at the discretion of the court.
So here's the issue we have. Let's be very honest about this, okay? According to the budget director, I went over and asked her, when is the deadline we have to obligate monies from ARPA? She said December 31st of 2024. They have to be spent by 2026. So we will know in just a few weeks I mean, because I want the money used in this community. We need it. We have arguably, not arguably, we know we all have all these needs. But Alderman, in all due respect, don't act like it came out of nowhere. That was, we'll just leave it at that.
I'm signed up.
We all have opinions. We're trying to find solutions. But what did come out of nowhere tonight is an amendment that isn't even on paper to change the funding source. And now we're in chaos mode again. All right? Now, in order for something to get approved by CDBG, it has to go to the federal government, it has to be proposed. How long does that typically take?
It's the time period because.
Like how long? Just ballpark it.
6 weeks.
6 weeks.
I've completed an environmental review from them. It took about 30 days. I had to submit to SHPO, the State Historic Preservation Office, wait 30 days for them to give me approval for it. There's a lot of work has been done to get this funded through CDBG. It's a process.
So if the funding source were to be changed to something else this evening, do you have enough time to obligate the CDBG funds so we don't lose them?
If someone else applies, yes, then I could.
Okay, but you don't have any applications presently?
No. And I'd have to go through that process again, yeah.
Alderman, I'm willing to work with you if we get to the point where the money can't be used for this project because I want it to be used for this community. But to just cut it loose without knowing the answer to that question, I don't think it's fair to anybody. Thank you.
Alderman Carlson.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, we talk about all these 3 or 4 different funding mechanisms, 3 or 4 different buckets, like they all have the same guidelines and rules. Well, they don't. I mean, there's certain restrictions, guidelines that these things can be used for, and I quite simply look at our professionals right here, as well as the EDC a couple of weeks ago, how they address TIF. I mean, TIF, tax increment financing. At the end of the day, we all want the Hoagland, but maintenance on an elevator is not building any increment like it's going to build increment if we fix up and when we fix up Old Town Apartments. I mean, unfortunately, we have a history in this town of watering down these TIF funds. I mean, it wasn't so long ago, we spent TIF and put a new roof on City Hall and ended up paying it back. That leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and that's wrong how we have watered down these TIF funds, and it's just not right for this project. Thanks, Mayor.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Thank you. If the funding source is changed to TIF, I would ask all of my colleagues to vote no. Thank you.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Oh, gosh.
So I just had a question for my general knowledge. The money, the CDBG money that is allocated for services, that has to be for services, that can't be directed to, I was under the impression that we had like a waiting list for repairs to homes.
Yeah, we've designated money for housing repair. So there is a waiting list, but it's not due to funding, it's capacity. It's how many contractors we have, how many of my inspectors that I have, housing specialists that are able to get the bidding done and get the projects passed, and those all require environmental reviews too before they're done. So it's a timing and capacity issue, not a funding issue. We have the funding for housing repair.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yep.
And then just one thing that's been on my mind is that I do appreciate the role of the Hoagland in this community, but I have to say, it feels like we're picking a favorite in this situation. And of course, it meets the criteria of spending. Like, we're not going to get in trouble for spending it this way, but it doesn't meet the spirit of the funds. And so I feel like we're being put in a very difficult position to pick, like, none of these choices are a good choice for us, you know? And so I do not know, I do not know what we should do, but I have to say, maybe this isn't the right use of these funds. Just simply Yeah, simply because it doesn't meet the intent of what these funds should be used for. Even though it meets the letter of the agreement, this isn't a nonprofit that disproportionately benefits low-income folks. And so, to me, it's disingenuous to ask for us to use those funds for this. I really wish we wouldn't have been put in this position, and that's it.
It does meet on two different fronts. One on the ADA accessibility. So if ADA accessibility, you're considered low to moderate income clientele. And then also it's in a low-income census tract. So it does meet qualifications on two different fronts.
Absolutely.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay. Alderman Gregory.
So just real quickly, just a response back to my colleague there. I don't have to write my amendment down on a piece of paper. There is one prepared on the piece of paper. It's for TIF. If you'd like me to pass that around and change it on that, that's my right within Robert Rules of Order. Is there anything wrong with me making a
Absolutely
form?
understand that, Alderman.
But you're saying it like you don't.
No, what I understand
But
is it was brought up tonight. I don't know.
one second. I mean, but I can do that. Just like the Old Town situation that you are now aware of, that you all of a sudden care about. Who sent it to you back in 2019? Me. Because my friend, wait, I got the floor though.
Alderman.
Because you didn't care until your rich buddy started calling. But I'm the one sending it to you because my friend was out there working as a manager. I'm the one sent you the pictures, not you, not the other way around. We wasn't doing nothing with Old Town. Them people was out there living like they was living. You may have sent a little message here and there like we all do, but we ain't put the pressure on them until I sent you that dang thing and we magically got on it. So don't act like you just, Old Town, da. And I can't use floor amendments and all this stuff like you just so witty and I don't know what I'm doing. Come on now. Don't do me like that. All I did is try to make a floor amendment. We can vote it up. We can vote it down. I know I'm going to vote. I can't use CBDG for some elevators when I know the problems we have in the city. So, for you to get all red in the face and all that at me because you know I'm just trying to do what's best for my community, it's ludicrous. It's crazy. I don't act like that to you. And yes, we did know about it. I've always grumbled about all the ARPA funds being taken away from our community. We grumbled when we took away $500,000 from broadband and we need broadband, and we see the state and the feds and everybody else talking about how bad we need broadband. We always talk about it. We don't never, ever not talk about it, not speak on it. I'm sure everybody on this council know how we feel about certain funds and investments in our community. We've been clear on it since the day I sat in this chair. Every time. And everything that we have, yes, you voted sometimes. Chuck been here for me more than a lot of people that I think should be there for me on votes. That's the truth. So don't do me like that. Don't act like I'm just coming out trying to make it hard on you, because that little project out there, we can get them tore down. Regardless if we use this $190,000 out of ARPA, whether we use it out of corporate fund, we'll still get the project done because it's out west. You know it's going to get done. Period. So
Alderman Williams.
I'm done.
Thank you, Mayor. I better not, I didn't sign the pledge, but I better not. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, so the motion on the floor, the motion in the second is to amend the ordinance to use ARPA dollars. So we need to do a roll call vote on the amendment first. This isn't just for the ordinance, it's just for the amendment to use ARPA dollars, to make it clear what you're voting for.
Alderman Redpath.
No.
Alderman Gregory.
Aye.
Alderman Williams.
Yes.
Alderman Rockford. Alderwoman Purchase.
Yes.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Yes.
Alderman Carlson.
No.
Alderwoman Conley.
No.
Alderman Donlin.
No.
Alderman Hanauer.
No.
6 noes and 4 ayes, Mayor.
Okay, so the amendment for ARPA dollars fails. Do you have another amendment, Alderman Gregory, you'd like to make?
Yes, I'd like to make an amendment to take the $190,000 from corporate fund.
I have a motion, I have a second, to take it from corporate fund. Any discussion on this amendment? Roll call. Alderman Hanauer.
Where are we at on the corporate on on our fund balance. Do we have any idea? I mean,
I'll have to look that up. I know where we finished FY '24, we went down right about $3 million.
that's about 3.5% or
And
two.
this year, everything's been on target, but I don't have the numbers in front of me, and the system's down right now. So I can't even look it up.
Yeah. Well, my concern is, you know, I can't remember off the top of my head where we were at the end of the budget. But we were concerned, we had to make some changes, and we've got, you know, I'm sure this year's budget's not gonna be any more fun.
Right.
And everybody's gonna wanna spend more money, cause that's the way we seem to track up here. We spend more money than what we get in. And, you know, I guess I'm just concerned about that on our corporate fund. And come budget time, when we have to start making some serious cuts, then people are gonna start screaming about that, but we're doing it to ourselves. So I just can't agree to corporate fund.
Alderman Redpath?
Call the question.
So we have a motion and a second to use corporate fund dollars for the $190,000 for ordinance number 2024-331. Clerk, can you do a roll call vote? And this is just for the corporate fund dollars on the roll call vote.
Alderman Redpath.
No.
Alderman Gregory.
Yes.
Alderman Williams.
Yes.
Alderman Rockford.
Nay.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Yes.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Yes.
Alderman Carlson.
No.
Alderwoman Conley.
No.
Alderman Donlin.
No.
Alderman Hanauer.
No.
6 noes and 4 yeses, Mayor.
All right, so we have, that fails as well. Alderman Gregory, do you want to just put the ordinance back to, we're on discussion. You want to put it back to committee?
Bring it out, let's vote. They got their votes, they good, it's gonna pass for them.
Alderman Williams?
Yes, I like to change the funding to TIF.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to change the funding to TIF.
Yeah.
Any discussion on changing the funding to
Roll
TIF?
call.
All right, no discussion? Alderman Williams, you're still, you're good? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Just want to
good.
make sure
Just
you've
roll
spoken.
call,
Okay.
please.
So I'm sorry, not Alderman. Clerk Lesko's going to do a roll call vote, and this will be to use TIF dollars, just your roll call vote.
Alderman Redpath.
No.
Alderman Gregory.
Yes.
Alderman Williams.
Yes.
Alderman Rockford.
Yes.
Alderwoman Purchase.
No.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Yes.
Alderman Carlson.
No.
Alderwoman Conley.
No.
Alderman Donlin.
No.
Alderman Hanauer.
No.
We have 6 noes and 4 yeses, Mayor.
Okay, that also fails, and I would like to ask for order in the council chambers, please. Alderman Gregory, do you want to put this back? What is your wish, sir?
No, bring it out, let's vote on it.
Okay, so you want to vote on the ordinance as originally presented, Alderman Gregory?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on the ordinance as,
Yes. You know, there's going to have to come a time when we quit this. Now, that was, 3 different options, and we saw fit to make all 3 options fail for a project that's within a TIF, that could qualify for TIF. Instead, we chose to use a funding source, or we're getting ready to use a funding source that's allocated for a different purpose. Yes, you found the way to wiggle it in. However, we know where the Hoogland sits. It's not low income. We know where the Lugum hits. It's downtown, Hoogland Center. And that's what you guys do all the time. You find a little hole and say, well, we're going to take this money. I know you didn't make the census tract, but you know the reality of what this looks like. You know the reality of how this city is set up. Thank you.
Alderwoman Purchase?
I just want to say to the young lady who came up here to speak, I understand your concerns. I will be a no vote on this, but I am on record for saying yes twice. And it's my obligation as the Alderwoman for downtown. We have our DSI Executive Director here, so I'm glad you're here to witness what we're seeing tonight when our businesses are saying that they're struggling. They're getting ready to close their doors. We have a building that's been sitting for over 3 decades, 30 years, and we have somebody willing to come forward and do a renovation on it, and they're putting all their ducks in a row and have an application in for them to get it. We have the street fire where Kids EM is just not doing well at this moment. So I will be a no vote on this as well, because of your concerns, and you came up here, and also to support Alderman Gregory. I tried to sit up here to see if we can compromise, and sometimes the tension is so thick right now, and we still got a long ways to go before the night is over. We might need a break, a 5-minute break, so that all of us can still stay in our seats. That's up to the mayor, but I just wanted to state why I would be a no vote, Madam Mayor.
I just wanted to share one thing about the ADA that might be useful, so that this doesn't become something that affects your budget in the future. One of the first things I did as a very young advocate was work for its passage 4 years of my life. It passed 34 years. Now, with all due respect to the Hoagland, the building was completely renovated 21 years ago. It should have been ADA compliant then. City code requires ADA compliance by reference. And I realized the elevator, sure. And I realized that the elevators stopped being manufactured 10 years ago. So for me, I don't hear emergency. I hear this sort of should have been done 10 years ago. So my recommendation to the city is, when you have people who come with plans for renovation or building, make absolutely sure that ADA compliance is done then, and you won't be spending money 10 or 21 years later to make it accessible.
Unfortunately, none of us can speak to what happened 21 years ago.
Oh, I know that, I know that, and I realize that they weren't there
It
then.
looks like
But I
Mr.
just want to
Gordon-
mention, for the future, if we enforce it early on, you won't be spending money later, hopefully.
We're on the federal building code, but thank you. Do you mind if Gus speaks before you? Gus Gordon, are you okay?
Oh,
with
no,
that?
yeah.
Okay,
go
thank you.
ahead.
I just wanted to make sure. Mr. Gordon, would you like to come to the microphone? Yes. You Alderwoman.
Thank you. I appreciate your comments very much, and thank you for sharing those. Let me clear one thing up. We are ADA compliant. What we're dealing with is 2 elevators that could go out at any moment, and then we wouldn't be ADA compliant. At the moment, they are working, but this year has been very difficult for us. They have been very spotty. They have been going out of service. At the moment, they're working. The problem is that we're encountering is once we sign the deal with whatever elevator company, it's going to take a year for this to be accomplished. That's a year that these elevators could just stop working. And then we would not be ADA compliant, and then we'd be in a really serious situation. So we have been for the past 20 years. We are at the moment, but it's just we're on a tightrope right now. And we're just hoping that they hold out until we can get this solved. So I appreciate Alderman Gregory. We stepped in a bad puddle here, and we apologize for the strife that has caused all of you. That was not our intention, but we are facing a situation. We are working at raising money. This $190,000 does not solve this problem. We have to come up with an additional $300,000 that's going to be fundraising and writing grants, and I think we'll accomplish it. But we have been, for the city, we have been providing, property tax for all these years. We bring thousands of people to downtown every single week. And we participate in the economic development of the downtown. We bring people to eat in the restaurants, to drink in the bars, to go to the stores. So we do contribute, and we have been ADA compliant, but we're just faced with a situation where next week, if that elevator goes out, I don't know what we'll do if we can't address that. So thank you. And again, thank you all for your thoughtful comments. I understand this is difficult and not the position I wanted to be in, certainly, and I know it's not the position you wanted to be in. Thank you.
Mr. Gordon. Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to thank Beth for coming and sharing that information with us and for coming to speak on this issue in general. And like I said before, I think the use of this funding for this, although it may be legal, it goes against the spirit of what these funds should be used for. And for that reason, I urge you to vote no.
Any other alders that want to discuss it? Okay, so we need a motion and a second to vote on it as is, I guess. So we have a motion and a second to vote on it as is. Is that it? Okay, then the voting, are we okay, Nicole? Okay, so the voting will now be open. Those in favor, please vote yes. Those opposed, please vote no.
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, no.
Oh, it says green. Gotcha. All right. And the motion passes with six voting yes, 4 voting no. So that is it. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-380, an ordinance authorizing execution of an annexation agreement between the City of Springfield, Illinois, and Jeanette V. Paul as trustee of the first reinstatement of the Jeanette V. Paul Trust as amended for the property located at 2412 Old Beardstown Road for the Office of Public Works. The chair will entertain a motion to hold a public hearing regarding agenda item number 2024-380. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the public hearing happening? Then all those in favor of the public hearing vote aye, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Does anyone in the council chambers wish to address the council regarding the annexation agreement?
Motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the public opening of the meeting. Does anyone have any discussion on adjourning that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries. The chair will now entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-380 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the item itself? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor of the motion, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes. Alderman Carlson has stepped away, so that will be noted in the record. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-381, an ordinance annexing certain described real property located at 2412 Old Beardstown Road. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-381 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this ordinance? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor of the motion vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion carries with 9 voting yes, none voting no, and Alderman Carlson has stepped out still. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-382, an ordinance authorizing execution of an annexation agreement between the City of Springfield, Illinois, and Richard S. Saunders and Peggy L. Saunders for the property located at 1149 North Daniel Avenue for the Office of Public Works. The chair will entertain a motion to hold a public hearing regarding agenda item number 2024-382.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on having the public hearing? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to discuss the annexation agreement for this property? All right.
Motion to adjourn the public hearing.
Seeing none, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the public hearing. Any discussion on that? All those in favor of adjourning, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. The chair will now entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-382 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the ordinance? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, and Alderman Carlson is giving me a thumbs up. I believe he's a yes, Clerk
Yes.
Wesco. So the motion passes with 11 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-383, an ordinance annexing certain described real property located at 1149 North Daniel Avenue for the Office of Public Works. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-383 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On our attachments, there's a proposed amendment. Was that passed last week?
Yes, I believe it was.
Okay, and I apologize. It was very hard to follow the meeting on the phone. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no.
President, I promise.
And the motion passes with 11 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-384, an ordinance authorizing execution of an annexation agreement between the City of Springfield, Illinois, and Eric Carlicker and Tori M. Carlicker for the property located at 4040 Texon Road for the Office of Public Works. The chair will entertain a motion to hold a public hearing regarding agenda item number 2024-384.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on having the public hearing? Seeing none, all those in favor of the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion carries. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the chambers who wishes to discuss this annexation agreement?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the public hearing. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Public hearing is over. The chair will now entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-384 on final passage.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 11 voting yes and none voting no.
Point of order, I got a question for Corporation Counsel. In the future, when we have multiples like that, can we just do one public hearing, or do we have to do one for each one, or can we combine them? I'm just, in an effort at time savings.
So we need to have a public hearing on each of the annexation agreements.
Can't just do one for all of them.
Well, we could do it, yeah, we could just open up a public hearing and
Right.
list all of them.
Okay.
They would still need to be listed. We would need to address each one individually, still read each one.
Okay, just for the future, thank you.
So, but we wouldn't need to open and adjourn every time.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is item 2024-385, an ordinance authorizing execution of an annexation agreement between the City of Springfield, Illinois, and National Electric Contractors Association for the property located at 6405 Canadian Cross Drive for the Office of Public Works. The chair will entertain a motion to hold a public hearing regarding agenda item number 2024-385.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the public hearing? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion has it. The public hearing is now open. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to address this annexation agreement?
Motion to adjourn public
Second.
hearing.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn the public hearing. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion carries. The chair will now entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-385 on final passage.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no.
Oh, sorry.
And the motion carries with 11 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-392, an ordinance ratifying fiscal year 26 health insurance premiums and the health benefit summary plan description for the City of Springfield active union participants for the Office of Human Resources. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-392 on final passage.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. Oh,
It's okay,
Alderwoman
Mayor, it's okay.
Conley, do you want to speak? Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Okay. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-393, an ordinance ratifying fiscal year 26 health insurance premiums and the health benefit summary plan description for the City of Springfield active non-union and non-active retired participants for the Office of Human Resources. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-393 on final passage.
So moved.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes. All those opposed, please vote no. And the motion passes with 10 voting yes, none voting no. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-394, an ordinance ratifying the execution of agreement entitled Technical Correction between the City of Springfield, Office of Public Utilities, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, Local 337, dated March 20th, 2023. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda item number 2024-394 on final passage.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Mayor.
Discussion on this item. Alderman Redpath.
Mayor, I move for an executive session to discuss.
Second.
Pursuant to 2C2 collective bargaining matters.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to go to executive session. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The motion carries.
I did. Yes, I did. I got you. Yep, we did.
Hello, Mr. Washington.
Excuse me, can I get a a bottle of water and about this can?
So it's not, this is not necessarily.
Sissy Rose, niggas. How you doing today? All right. You doing very well? I'm in the clown. Intelligent.
No, I turned my phone off.
I have no idea why, but all of a sudden it buzzes and says, so you have, you're experiencing high stress. But then like literally 10 minutes later, it said, you had a very busy day. This is great for
Maybe it's because like your normal level of high stress is higher than the high stress.
I have no idea.
You know what I mean?
Make up your mind.
My Thank you for letting me know. I was not aware. Thanks.
It was like, I just got it. I used to have one.
Service for
I don't know why.
Well, I mean, it's I wasn't gonna say. It certainly, definitely makes an impact. I feel like this year, I just turned 37. I know it's not. I feel like just within like the last 6 months, my age range is all up. Like I started working out again finally. It immediately hurt myself. It was like, like my back's been killing me. The days of doing whatever the fuck you're bouncing back.
Last Thanksgiving, we had to, right before the holiday, our oven just couldn't work. So we went and bought a new oven. The problem was the space we had in this old house, and it was 40-inch wide oven. And it was like 30 inches. So we thought, okay, let's get a 30-inch, a custom 40-inch. Year's tuition, don't have that. So I just figured we would get like some sort of wheelie part. We had this really ugly blue tile, right? And on the side of the stove. It didn't match the blue countertop of the previous oven that I really want to replace, but I don't, college tuition can't do it. Or the blue floor that they put. So it's like you have like this splash. And when we pulled the oven out and got the new oven in, it also turns out that on the back, they only tiled halfway down the wall.
Oh.
So, Scott's like, what do you want to do? I said, I don't really know. I go Friday before Thanksgiving, I go up to Chicago for work and I come home. Scott has taken all the tile down. All that tile down. So now it's just like ugly wall with, raw tile. And so I spent the entire Thanksgiving break with a heat chiseling all the glue. And then,
Was it dry?
no, it was drywall plastic.
I feel like it almost might have been easier to replace. I mean, I don't know.
No, it was thick. I mean, like, well, Scott and I used to do like weekend warrior projects. Take down drywall, polish it, you know. I mean, you know. From my back, meeting my garbage.
It's been helping my back. This guy always actually uses his standing desk. I finally started using it. And I feel like I noticed a difference.
I have a standing desk. And I found, I have one in my office that I bought. I need to put it back on my desk. I also thought I was more productive. There were times when I'm sitting at my computer and I'll just kind of space out.
Yeah.
But for some reason, when you're standing, you're sort of like, get that active function in my brain. I don't have to.
I think there's a lot of because like I was thinking about I was on my desk all day, either at my desk or in my car or at a meeting. Just being on my feet. It also made me realize that I'm right now shaking my back. Just standing for extended period. It hurts.
Getting out of the car. Grace was taking my stick out of the shop. So I had to drive this up yesterday. As soon as I got up to work, I drove it. Then I got in my driveway. When I got out of my car, just from being in the car for 3 hours.
Probably listing more documents from the rebuttal reserve. They come back and table it, I might So can they, if they come back, just hypothetically, are they able to throw a vote?
I successfully won RFPs when county boards have it's not but the fact that they're clearly working, it's a difference. It's totally different transfer. I don't know. I'm willing to step up there and say, this could work.
Well, you know, I don't really think I'm going to run it for that. Not at this point, but probably.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely. they voted down.
Oh, yeah, so technically, they come back to the table.
I think that's that was probably the first step.
I wonder if we did, if they would. I wonder if we put a deal that's under.
I think that's.
I mean, maybe I'm just naive, but I feel like our initial I mean, I'm not shocked that she would. It's just, I don't know. I'm a simple guy. I respect the management that will just tell me a lot more. Like, don't take my fucking money. I just, I don't know.
No is an answer.
No is an answer, right? Like, don't, I just hate like, and I know it's the game. I know it's how politics work. It's just, why have us come all the way down to the damn office, all this glittery shit? You want to get along, new day, all this. Why not just be upfront? Why can't people be upfront? Also, by the way, those elevators, they are. Those elevators are down half the time. They are pretty janky.
My kids used to go to campus. To bring some campus stuff.
It's pretty sketchy. There's been a few weird things in my forays to the city council. I still don't understand. You know, there's like the CWLP refinancing. They like refinanced all this so they had, I'm gonna put the numbers on, but the idea was to refinance these bonds for CWLP, and it was supposedly going to save us $25 million, but Don and some others were asking because the new it's the same payment period. So they were asking, like, so how does that save money? And no one ever answered it. And they just passed it. And he said something, and it could be true. Like the only response that the dude gave was basically like it has to do with the way bond repayments work, and like you have to look at, like, I don't know, there may be a technical reason for it, but no clear. Like, that should be an easy thing to answer, right? Like, we'll spend this much in interest, but this much less. No, just Doug said, I feel like I'm right there next to you guys. Hi, Doug.
You got your 5-minute break. Can I get a motion to reconvene the council meeting? Motion and a second to reconvene the meeting. The item on the agenda is item number 2024-394. We had a motion and a second for discussion. So is there any further discussion or any discussion on this item?
It's for
Any
final passage, I
alders?
believe, Mayor.
Correct. So, yes, it was a motion and a second for final passage. So Alderwoman Purchase.
I do think we have, Madam Mayor, someone from ASME that did want to come up and address us.
Okay, let's see if all the alders
Okay.
are okay first then. Okay, if you don't mind, before I bring up anyone else. Any aldermen or alderwomen that want to sign up for discussion? I heard an so I'm looking.
Sorry, Mayor, I was-
Alderwoman Conley.
I don't know if I could just say or speak. Yeah, so if we could, and again, I apologize that I wasn't here in person for the committee the whole last week. It's very difficult to participate in conversation with everyone when you're on the phone. I appreciate your patience in allowing me. I was out for work. But if we could, before we get into too much discussion and debate around what this technical correction, this ordinance entails, could we, Corporation Council, have kind of an understanding of the timeline of what happened, what exactly we're dealing with, and how we got to this point?
Sure. So, the technical correction at issue involves longevity pay for certain members of AFSCME Local 337. The previous collective bargaining agreement expired October 1st of 2020. The City Council approved an ordinance for tentative agreements for a new CBA on October 5th of 2021, which was signed by the mayor on October 8th of 2021. For a contract that was effective October 1st, 2020 through September 30th of 2025. So we still have 1 year left in that collective bargaining agreement. On March 20th of 2023, prior Corporation Council and a member of the staff of Office and Budget Management signed a technical correction to that collective bargaining agreement, and that technical correction is what is at issue here today. The technical correction added a longevity pay line item at the 20-year mark. So the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement as drafted, had longevity increases of 50 cents at 15 years, and then an extra $1 for a total of $1.50 for anybody who had worked for 25 years. In addition, any employee who had worked for 30 years who had a series of different foreman titles, there are about 12 of them, who had this specific foreman title was entitled to an additional $1 pay for a total of $2.50 in longevity. The technical correction that was signed changed that longevity pay structure. It added the 20-year mark, so those 15 years or more still received a 50 cents increase. Anybody at 20 years then got a 75-cent bump, so up to $1.25 total. At your 25 years, you'd get that extra $1, so you'd be at $2.25 total. And then at 30 years, regardless of your title, you'd get that $3.25. That's how the technical correction was drafted. In the reasoning for that technical correction, the document states that it's for omitting that step that was a part of the parties' negotiations for the CBA that was ultimately approved in 2021. That technical correction was signed. It was supposed to go into effect April 1 of 2023. It did not. Those were not paid, and a grievance was filed on April 21st of 2023. That went through the standard grievance process, and the grievance was denied at the various steps up before arbitration because the agreement was not approved by council. It was not signed by the mayor. And then when the parties were at the stage where we decided when I came in that the issue was whether or not that technical correction was a valid exercise of the powers of those signing it, and we had a fundamental disagreement on the legality of that, and so so the case proceeded to arbitration. We had our arbitration hearing on April 5th of 2024 and received an arbitration decision on April 19th of 2024. The arbitration decision found that there was no agreement as to those longevity provisions during negotiations throughout 2021, but that the city council did have the ability to approve longevity. So the arbitrator said that the technical correction had no validity because it did need to be submitted to council, but nothing prevents this city council from voting on it, which is why you're being asked to vote on it today. This is at the order of the arbitrator in that matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions, Alderwoman Conley?
I'm sure they'll probably come up later, but I just wanted to make sure, just kind of that shorthand version of where we are. Thank you.
Alderman Williams.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So, you know, in a situation like this, I think the arbitrator, I can't speak for him, but when he sends it back to us like this, I think it just really is saying, okay, you still have this ability to fix this. And the one thing I do know is it's not the fault of the worker that's impacted. It's some things going on with maybe the union leadership and that administration or this current administration where some connections didn't happen. But tonight, I think the arbitrator is saying, here's the opportunity to fix it. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be here talking about it today. He would rule just all the way, it wasn't a part of the contract and it's gone, but he didn't. He left that light and that opening for us to maybe fix it by just saying, okay, whatever happened there, I just want you guys to realize it's not the fault of the person impacted that would be getting these line increases. Thank you, Mayor.
And Alderman Williams, just to speak to your comment, this was against city code. That's why this administration didn't sign it. I'm not going to avoid the code. So, Alderman Hanauer.
Thank you, Mayor. The concern I have is that, I voted for, I don't think I've ever voted against a union contract. What goes on in negotiations during the contract period, I think it's, it would be not fair to the negotiators on either side to not vote for the contract. Having said that, this contract was from what you said till 2025. It's a year from now, it's up. And to come in at a time, when you're around election time and they open up the contract for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know the thought process, but they opened it up. They gave, decent raise, and then they had the opportunity to come to the previous council to complete the process. I don't know why they opened it up, but I think that it's important that we stick to the timeframes of these contracts, because what's going to happen is, and I guarantee you're going to see more of these if we pass this tonight, then you're going to get other unions wanting to open up and say, well, let's just see what the city council does. And I just don't think that that's fair. They can go and negotiate these same things when their contract's up in 2025. And I don't know what, it depends on how negotiations go. But for us to have a contract and then say, well, you know what, we want to give you more raises, so we're going to open it up. I don't think that that's fair. I don't think that that's how we should be doing business as a city. And I don't think that kind of thing happens in other places with union contracts. I mean, so I would just say, hold off, let them negotiate this and in the next contract negotiation, and not open up these contracts, because I guarantee you, we do this one, then the terms of the contract, the lengths, they're going to mean nothing. They'll mean absolutely nothing, because they're going to want to come back and another raise here in the middle of it or whatever. And I just don't think that that's right. We should hold true to the terms of the contract, to the lengths of the contract, and then let them negotiate next year. Thank you.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor. To that, I would say, I understand, Alderman Hanauer, that you think that they should not have been bargaining outside of the contract, but unfortunately they were. Yeah. The last administration engaged in bargaining and came to a tentative agreement in that technical correction that's on page 18 of your arbitrator's memo. And so because the city made that agreement with the union, it was incumbent upon the administration to bring that to us if it didn't meet the guidelines for how much money we're supposed to spend without council approval. They should have brought that agreement to us. We can't, as a city, enter into agreements and then when an administration changes, decide whether or not we're going to uphold those contracts. So That's why it's here before us today. And if you think longevity raises are a good policy, like the former administration did, and I believe probably everyone here agrees, then, you know, we're going to vote on that tonight, and I personally will be supporting longevity raises. So, thank you.
Any other older persons wish to speak before we bring up anyone? Okay. Someone from AFSCME want to come up and speak?
Sorry, Mayor, I had one
Oh,
more
sorry.
comment. Just because I
Apologies,
do
Alderwoman
want
Conley chimed
AFSCME
in.
to address this. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and again, Joanna, thank you for coming. I appreciate this. And Alderman Notriano, I understand where you're coming with your perspective. However, you know, Corporation Counsel and the mayor are not authorized to renegotiate collective bargaining agreements outside of that whole process. My concerns here with this agreement or with this technical correction is in the decision made by the arbitrator, we have city staff who were present in the arbitration, who are still with the city now. I'm not talking about the fact that Mr. Zirkle was not called for this, but the fact that we do have other city staff from the utility present in these negotiations who say that they understood that the longevity raises would stay status quo, which is with the established longevity raises that we already had, that we had in the contract. So, and Alderwoman, yes, absolutely, I 100% support longevity raises. There is something to be said for, you know, union members who have spent their career with a public body, who give their time and their skills and their resources to our city, and you step out. You're done with your steps. That's where those longevity raises come in. They're critically important, and we're talking about people at years, you know, 20-plus years here. It added, what, 15 and a 25, is that correct, in this technical correction?
20 and 30. 20 and then expanded the 30.
Okay, so added 20, expanded 30. But we do have existing longevity raises in our contract. So this is not a question of whether or not we support those. For me, and we've talked about this, I do have concerns about how appropriately this was handled. We have steps in place, and you know, I mean, I am an AFSCME member, right? We've already had this go around with the council before. I can vote on AFSCME contracts because I am not a member of this local. But I am a very proud union member, and it means a lot to me that we honor contracts. But this contract, this technical amendment, this technical correction, however we're calling it, and Joanne, I do want you to address this because I respect your opinions on this and I respect where you're coming from with this. In my mind, this was done absolutely the wrong way. And this is not how contracts are supposed to be negotiated. There doesn't seem to be any indication, at least from the city staff, and they've testified to this in their arbitration hearing, and that is a legally binding. We had a federal arbitrator, correct? Who was the arbitrator? Was it a local?
It was an independent arbitrator.
I mean, they're still independent. It's an outside body or an outside person who comes in and these are, I mean, this is not a situation where someone from our staff can be changing things or, I mean, this is testimony before in a really very important binding decision. So that said, those are my concerns, that the city does not seem to show that we had actually come to this agreement, and the agreement seemed to come up later in the process. You and I talked. I have concerns about how long it took to file a grievance over this issue. And I've been a steward too. I know this process. There's a lot of frustration around this, and what hurts the most is, while we're talking about something that can be very technical and very dry, we're also talking about something that has a very real impact for our city employees, who are our neighbors. And so this one is really very difficult. With that said, I will thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. This is not an easy night, but I do look forward to hearing from AFSCME, and thank you for coming in tonight.
Could you just state your record for everyone too, please? Thank you.
Yes, my name is Joanna Webb-Govan. I'm with AFSCME Council 31. Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. A couple of things that I just want to clarify. The arbitrator did not rule that the technical correction was invalid. What the arbitrator ruled was that the city didn't properly execute it. And, you know, reading from the arbitration itself, the grievance was therefore sustained in part and denied in part. And the arbitrator ordered the city to bring the technical correction before the city council so that it could be correctly executed and the council would have an opportunity to vote one way or the other. So I wanted to correct that for the record. We did not reopen the contract. What happened was we negotiated a contract in August of 2021. The longevity changes that were negotiated got omitted. We went back and forth with the city. The city said, don't worry, we'll take care of it. For 18 months, we worked to be good partners with the city to resolve this. The technical correction, which is done often in collective bargaining, it is often, we represent hundreds of municipalities. It is often signed by corporate councils or HR directors. We finally got the issue resolved in the technical correction, which is pretty standard in collective bargaining. This was not a reopener. I can't answer a lot of your questions as to why this went down the way that it went down, why it wasn't brought to city council, or how it was negotiated on management's side. We don't control what management does. But what I can tell you is that our members have already negotiated this. They sat down at a table, they gave up some things in order to get some things, and they've already, you know, made gives in order to receive this. I can tell you that our members did that in good faith. They did that thinking that the city would own up to their part of their deal. And for all of these years, our members have upheld their part of the deal. They have shown up to work every day and have served the city. And mind you, that this technical correction impacts people who have given 10, who have given 20 or 30 years of their lives to service to the city. So we're not talking about people who've just walked in the door 5 years. And if the city fails to uphold their end of the agreement with these folks, what message does that send, not just to my members who I'm here to represent tonight, but to every member, every employee of the city of Springfield? And if you're willing to do this to people who have given 20 and 30 years in service to their community, then what incentive does someone just walking in the door have to stay and make a career out of their city service? So we ask you to uphold and respect the deal that was made. We cannot answer what happened on the city side or on management side, but we can answer what happened on our side. Our members sat down in good faith and they negotiated a deal. And they are counting on you to uphold that deal. This is not a reopening. This was part of the original collective bargaining agreement. And if that doesn't honor by the city tonight, I don't know what message that sends or how anyone can go to the table in future bargaining sessions, and I'm not just talking about just AFSCME, but any union in the city, and have faith that whatever is agreed to at that table, they can take the city at their word. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you, ma'am. You just have comments, not questions?
No,
or?
I have a question.
Okay, sorry. Alderwoman Conley
Question
has
or
a
a
question.
comment. So, and again, I I respect your energy, your passion for this topic. I need to disagree with you a little bit, though. The arbitration decision, I'm reading from it now. It says, the record evidence provides no basis to find Mr. Mitchell untruthful about his belief that the parties had reached a tentative agreement on enhanced longevity incentives on or about July 29, 2021. The record does, however, support a finding that the parties did not reach that tentative agreement. And that's the finding in this arbitration decision that gives me so much pause.
That's only, Madam Alderwoman, that's only a part of the decision, one. Two, you go on to actually read the award and later on in the decision where it says that the city did not properly execute and that it ordered the city to bring the technical correction correction before the city council. But I would also remark that, we have discovered that the city didn't bring the people who were in the room when the TA was agreed to on longevity. They weren't a part of the arbitration.
But actually, we had professional staff who were part of the arbitration, who were there then, who are here now. You're
We have a
talking about Mr.
statement by.
Zirkle didn't come in.
We have, look, I can't speak for what Mr. Zirkle did or anyone else, but he did send us, via email today, and I think all of you have it too, saying that the people who were a part of, validating that, yes, this was an agreement that was made, longevity was a part of it, and that none of the people, legal or financial, who were directly involved with that part of the agreement was included or consulted in the grievance or the arbitration. So I can only take them at their word. I cannot answer questions or offer you answers as to why the city did not appropriately execute. I think that term exists later on in this arbitration award when the arbitrator is giving their decision. I can't answer that. What I can tell you is that I have members who were here earlier tonight and had to go home for a variety of reasons.
Because it's late.
Who could have attested to the fact that they did, in fact, reach this agreement. Our members know. They know that the agreement was there. They were part of bargaining. So regardless of whether the arbitrator believes them or not, the message will be delivered to our members because they were there. They were there the 18 months that we were arguing with the city to properly, to get it executed. So whatever your belief is, our members know. And the message is going to be loud and clear that the city does not have credibility when they come to the bargaining table.
Well, okay, thank you, Mayor.
Yep, Alderwoman Purchase.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Joanna, I do understand what you're saying too, but then at the same time, we still have employees that was at the table and they're telling us different. So they're still here. They're able to talk to us and they're telling us that it's different and that this wasn't what was arranged at the table. That's the problem that's just not sitting well with me when this is information being provided to us. I read the documents just like you did too. And I feel like with these documents in front of us, just to even go through the process when you guys did the grievance, how come it just wasn't a supplemental agreement to the contract back during that time of March 20th when it was signed before it even got to arbitration?
Look, first of all, with the MOU, the technical correction, that is the supplemental. That is a supplemental to an agreement. So that is what ultimately happened. Why it took 18 months?
Yes.
I don't know the answer to that question, why the previous administration took 18 months to come to that agreement. It is not for lack of trying on the part of the union. For 18 months, we sat in labor management with the administration, and we talked about getting this fixed. For 18 months, our members sat there trying to be good partners with the city to get the MOU. So we tried for 18 months. All I can tell you is that, Zirkle reached out to us, and I think to all of you at the same time, and, very clearly says that nobody, no legal or financial persons who were involved in TAing this particular part of the agreement was contacted for information regarding the grievance or the arbitration.
Yeah, because see, this is new. We out of the 3.5, 4 years I've been sitting here, we've never sat like this and negotiated on something or had to come back to the table in the middle of a contract. So it's been over 2 years, and now we're at this point in a year and a half away from your new contract. And I was a union member for Teamsters. My dad is a union president, so I understand how the process works. And I know a contract is a contract, and a pension is a promise when people do this amount of years. The way the process was done was so questionable to us. And I think it was, to my understanding, this is something for Corporation Counsel. The arbitrator has the final say, so if we couldn't come to an agreement, it would go back to him. Am I?
No, you were ordered to vote on this. He's rendered his decision.
No, if you look at the last page.
I thought I saw something, but maybe I'm wrong, so I'm just asking for clarification.
The last page says the city violated the parties' collective bargaining agreement to the extent that it failed to submit the technical correction document to the city council for consideration and action, but was not shown on this record to have otherwise violated the technical document on the collective bargaining agreement. It didn't properly execute because it didn't bring it before city council. Our members do not control that process, and I'm asking you not to hold them accountable and penalize them for something that management did or failed to do.
Alderwoman Purchase, we do need to take a vote on it.
Okay.
That, we can't refuse to take action.
Okay. Any other questions, Alderwoman?
No, not for now.
Okay, Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, Joanna, you just read the piece that I wanted to reiterate again. This is page 15 of the arbitrator's decision, discussion and opinion. And the arbitrator says, I find the city violated the parties' collective bargaining agreement when it failed to submit the technical correction document to the city council for consideration and action. That's a big deal, right? Yeah, so that, we can't just decide what contracts we want to execute or not, or uphold or not. So yes, I'll leave it at that.
Alderman Williams.
Okay, so we think Zirkle did wrong, or, you know, this administration is saying Zirkle didn't have the right. You know, he's not here to say if he did or didn't or what he was thinking, but that's not the union's fault. My second problem with this is we are saying city staff is still here that was involved. Where are they at? How come they're not here tonight so that we can hear from them? You weren't here, corporate counsel, but they were back then. That's where I'm saying, so we can't err like that. What we need to do is do the right thing. And we should not be holding it against them because of something that legitimately from a city employee or representative or corporate counsel, whatever we want to call them, didn't do what we think he should have done. That's why the arbitrator on that part sends it to us now and says correct it. So I don't think it's as hard as we're making it. Yes, Hanauer, other unions would have to be in the same predicament with the same kind of thing for them to come forward and start saying, well, we wanted to, or we wanted, well, maybe Zirkle didn't do all this with all of them at each of their contracts. We just can't assume that's going to happen either, even though there tends to be what happens. You know, we may catch some more saying, well, hey, that sounds like something that happened to us. The fact is, this guy represented the city on this contract, and it may have helped if we had the city employees here who were there during those negotiations to understand, just like the unions here with their people and their staff, to you know, because nobody in the room was there. The arbitrator said, decide tonight, vote. And I'll be voting to support it to give it to the unions. Thank you.
Okay. Alderman Hanauer.
Yeah, thank you. Alderman Williams, I'm not concerned about other unions in the past. What I'm worried about is moving forward. We negotiate a contract and we say it's going to be a 5-year contract, and they're gonna come at us and say, well, you guys opened up ASME's contract here. You set the precedence to do it. I've had other unions call me and tell me that this is not a good deal. It's opening up Pandora's box. And I just don't think it's right for us to do it the city at this time. Thank you.
Alderwoman Conley.
Okay, thank you. And I find myself in an interesting position where, while I do agree with, yes, this arbitrator does say the city violated, the city was wrong, and this is where the city lost, by not bringing this technical correction to us. So now it is before us. And it actually says to take action, if any, right? We just have 30 days. Is that my understanding? I mean, it doesn't say we have to vote. It says take action, if any. Again, my concern, and this is the problem, is that the arbitrator said that there's no evidence to show that the city, in the collective bargaining process, agreed to these longevity raises. And that's the part that sticks for me.
The arbitrator
That's
was
what it
relying
says.
on testimony from people who weren't involved in this part of the negotiation, says the person who signed the MOU.
Right, the
This is
person who
not a
couldn't- the
reopener.
person who
This is a
couldn't show
technical
up.
cleanup, which happens all the time in collective bargaining.
But this isn't technical, Joanna. This is a big addition.
Aaron, if I could have Dave Beck,
Let's
who's
let
our regional
everybody-
director.
right, everybody's
No, wait,
that's
I'm
signed up
sorry,
here to
let me,
speak
can I
needs to speak
finish,
first.
please? Can I finish my
No,
point
no, you're
here?
good. Everybody
Thank
up
you.
here speaking, yes.
Okay. This is absolutely not the fault of the employees. And on that part, I'm furious, right? I mean, you're putting, again, this is not even the cart before the horse. Nothing went right here. But what I'm looking at and what concerns me about voting to support this, I want to do this. Like, I want to give it, you know what? The audience really needs to keep your comments to yourself. You get 5 minutes later. Wow. Yes.
Maybe you might.
Order.
I'm also going to say this has been a really long day. I flew back in, or drove in quickly from Chicago, so I am a little bit tired. So give me some grace here, please, as I will give everyone else grace. My point here and my concern here is that what we're looking at is is a finding by an independent arbitrator that does not show evidence. And yes, the people who say they were at the table when they were doing the bargaining, right? The bargaining of the agreement. Let me finish. The technical correction should just have come in to say, you know what, everyone, we all agreed to this. We agreed to this and we didn't get it in there and that was our mistake. And so that's a technical correction. Technical corrections can't be, we sat at the table, there was give and take, and you're right. The union gave and the city gave. But technical correction can't be, well, we have no notes that everyone agreed to that, but we're just gonna go ahead and correct it by doing it now. And that's my concern with all of this.
Was Jim Zirkle ever asked if he had notes? Was Julia ever asked if she had notes? Was Nathan Rice?
She
or
was on
Brandon?
April, she
Ma'am?
was on April 17th. Julie Zogadar was asked by CWLP about the technical correction, and she never responded, and she was still an employee. I understand, and I've addressed Mr. Zirkle's memo, but now we're going through and saying employees weren't there, and that's simply not true. Todd LaFountain and Mike Johnson both testified that they were a part of the negotiating crew, and that they were at the meetings where these discussions were taking place, that their notes reflected status quo, and that they did not remember TAing the longevity. So I've heard that said, and I've addressed it with the city council, but I think we don't need to go down this road anymore because it's not what's in the arbitrator's decision, which you've read from here tonight. They've testified, so it's not in the decision, or what you're saying is not reflected by what actually happened at the arbitration. So please, if you're going to tell the council who was there and who was not there, please just read from the decision like you have been. It might not be favorable to you, but it is what happened.
With respect, the person who negotiated the longevity portion that is in question has said, and sent this all to you, that they were not asked to be part of the arbitration or the grievance.
And he could have presented this to you all instead of signing it in March of 2023.
And they failed to do that. But do not hold 30-year, 20-year employees. Do not penalize them for a mistake that management made. And if you penalize them for mistakes that management made, you are sending a very bad message, not just to them, but to every employee in the city of Springfield. And you're particularly sending a bad message to those who are just walking in the door trying to decide if they want to make a career out of this.
Alderwoman Conley, are you?
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Alderwoman Purchase.
Corporation Council, I wanted to follow up after what Alderman Williams said, that this would be, other unions would be coming forward. They would have to be in this same predicament, right? They wouldn't just be able to come in and have a 4-year contract and just think of in the middle of the contract, we want to insert something in that we forgot to submit. I just want to make sure there's clarity since we're talking about precedents being set. Would other unions be able to come forward like this, or would they have to have this and go through arbitration in order to address us?
So I do have a particular concern with this being tied in with the drug testing language, which I've explained, but there would need to be some tie-in to some negotiations that would have happened instead of them just coming in and saying, we need higher longevity pay. There would need to be some sort of discussion of why an increase is necessary or where it was agreed to.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Alderwoman Notriano.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
And just one more thing from, let me find the page number 15 again. So the arbitrator is summing it up when he says that given the magnitude of the value of the new longevity provisions contained in the technical correction, Zirkle could not bind the city, nor could the then mayor bind the city, nor could Ms. Zogadar bind the city. So it's not legally effective, but it is he did make an agreement, he bargained a position with the union, and the reason we're here now is because we have to decide whether or not we support what management said they would give the union. That's why we're here. And regarding other unions coming forward, no, I mean, the record makes clear under the city code, the technical correction document would only represent an agreement if and when it had been approved by city council. So it's an agreement if we approve it, just like any other contract. So, anyway, yeah, so the reason we're here now is because the former administration and the union came to an agreement on something, and if he thought that we really didn't come to an agreement, if there wasn't a signed technical correction signed by parties of the city and the union, we would not be here. So what we have to decide now is, are we going to accept this policy? Is it good policy or is it not good policy? That's what's in front of us. And another union, if there was an error in the bargaining agreement, that would be something they would have to address with an MOU or a technical correction. In the past, the last administration apparently was going around making changes to contracts like this without the city council knowing about it. But now this arbitrator has said, that's not okay. This is the process we need to follow. And so that's why we're here to vote on it tonight. We're voting on this policy. We're not setting a precedent or anything like that. The city came to an agreement with the union in this technical correction, and now we have to decide whether or not we support this policy. So your vote is a vote on longevity. Thank you.
Call the question.
Any other discussion? Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. You have a question, Alderwoman Collins?
I'm sorry, and I realize we called the question, but I do believe the union had other people to speak to this matter, and I understand.
Point of order.
Is that,
So call the question. If it receives a second, then there needs to be a vote
All right,
on it.
which we didn't have a second, I think.
I'll
think it
second it.
did.
Let's go.
Well,
Let's
I mean,
vote.
it's a little late. We need to let the union members speak, so.
Is it out of order for me to second the motion right now?
I thought we had a second.
If you could
actually, I think we did have a second. I was asking because were we going to do a vote on
So
the?
then there should be a
roll
vote
call.
on the call to question.
Who was the second?
Thank you. No, it's,
I didn't hear a second.
I didn't
I
hear.
thought I heard a second.
I apologize to you all, but I did not hear the second, and neither did the clerk.
I did.
Oh, okay. I
Let's go.
So, sir, if you want to state your name.
Thank you. David Beck. I am, for those of you that don't know me, a regional director for AFSCME Council 31. I was not directly involved in the negotiations, but I am involved in lots of negotiations. And I mainly want to just clarify something, this notion that employers and unions don't negotiate mid-contract different agreements, letters of agreement, memos of understanding, side agreements, whatever you want to call it. We do this all the time. This is not abnormal. So if if you disagree, our position is that this was a correction, that there was a mistake made in bargaining, and I will stand by that. I was the supervisor for the person from the union who negotiated it, and I stand by that this was a correction. But if you disagree with that, if you don't believe that this was a correction, it is still, as Alderwoman Notoriano said, this was a negotiation that we did mid-contract then. We negotiated with the employer over this change, and it was properly signed by both parties, and it just needed to be brought to you all for a vote. So you just have to look at it and decide if you agree with it and vote on it. This is, you don't have to think about all the other stuff. This is an agreement that management and the union reached, and our members understood that it was reached. And they are expecting you to vote yes for this. And if you vote no, they are going to remember that. And as we've said, it's going to have an impact on how we negotiate in the future. Thank you.
Call the question.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to call the question. Sorry, Mr. Douglas. That is Robert's Rules of Order, so. Yes, sir. So the voting will now be open. All those.
For calling the question.
So we had a motion and a second to call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, nay. So voting will now be open, right? Correct?
So a yes vote is voting for the.
Those in favor of the ordinance passing shall vote yes. Is that right, Corporation Counsel?
That's right. A vote for yes passes the technical correction.
Vote for no would not pass the technical correction, correct. Motion fails with 6 voting no, 5 voting yes. The next item on the agenda is item number 2024-421, an ordinance authorizing grant number 25-0155 ORC from the State of Illinois Office of the Attorney General in the amount of $134,580 for the Organized Retail Crime Grant Program and authorizing a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $134,580 for the Springfield Police Department for emergency passage. The chair will entertain a motion to place agenda number 2024-421 on final passage.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have
We have an amendment.
yes. Can we get a motion for the amendment?
Is there an amendment for it? Oh,
Just line items.
did I miss? Okay, yeah, there's. I'm too tired, I can't see.
Need a motion for the amendment?
I'm sorry, is there?
We have a
there's
motion
an
and
amendment?
we had a motion and a second for the ordinance.
There's a proposed amendment that was on our table. I propose.
Second.
Thank you.
Well, who made this?
So the motion for the amendment was Alderwoman
amendment,
Conley,
and I
and the second
If we
was
could just,
Alderman Hanauer.
Corporation Counsel, if you could explain this, please.
It's correcting the accounting line items to make sure that we've got the right expenditure accounts matched with the right values.
Thank you very much.
Any other discussion on the amendment? First, nay or yay vote for the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Okay, the ayes have it. So now the ordinance is amended. Alderman Redpath.
Yeah, could somebody come up and speak to the ordinance?
Make a motion to approve the amendment
ordinance as amended?
The motion
Have a
as
motion?
whatever it is, I'm too tired.
Chief, my question,
I have a second.
my question is this to go after shoplifting? What is this?
Yeah, so this is the third year in a row we've had the organized retail crime grant. It's from the Illinois Attorney General's Office. Attorney General Kwame Raoul orchestrated this. grant that's statewide over the course of the last 3 years. This is our third year applying. This goes towards combating organized retail crime enterprises through the use of equipment, technology, and overtime.
So what kind of, tell me exactly what they're looking at.
What we're asking for?
No, no, it says it's going after organized retail crime. Are they going into the stores in groups, or what's that mean?
When you say that, you're talking about the organized retail crime individual. Yeah, obviously, we've seen what's happened across this country as it pertains to smash and grabs in situations like that. So that's why this grant was enacted by the Attorney General several years ago, to try and prevent that through the use of overtime for undercover officer situation, the use of technology and equipment.
Is there other cities our size using this type of grant, and what's the results?
I don't have any information on other cities. I would presume, but I don't know.
Thanks, Chief.
Any other discussion from the alders? Seeing none, the voting will now be open. All those in favor, please vote yes of the ordinance as amended. All those against, please vote no. And the motion passes with 11 voting yes and none voting no. Is there any unfinished business to bring before the city council from the alders?
Yes, Mayor.
Alderman Williams.
Yes, I want to do a reconsideration of ordinance. I'll make a motion to reconsider ordinance 3530924. This is that bonding. Thank you. That bond that bond ordinance that we did pass. The purpose of me asking for reconsideration is from the numerous inquiries of us greenlighting it, putting it on consent without this, any discussion. And this is $450 million. I was told that we can spend a lot of hours on a lot less money, but then we just greenlight this. So what I'm requesting is staff come, do a presentation, and in particular, I need to understand the math. You know, how are they arriving at this 25 million, 29 million savings? I can't remember, it's not in front of me. 27, well, you know, just to do that, not that we won't turn around and pass it again, but I do want to give that time, and that's the reason for my motion to reconsider.
All right, I'm going to let Corporation Counsel address what we're doing here with the council.
So, is there a second?
Second.
No, okay. So now, the motion to reconsider brings back to the table the ordinance that approved the bonds. If the motion to reconsider passes, then it is brought back forward for a vote. And we can have we can have the vote or have additional discussion on it. A motion to reconsider that's going to take place, 2 weeks after. I would ask that the director come up and speak to what's actually happened, because a motion to reconsider doesn't stop what we've done up until this point in the intervening 2 weeks. So, so any expenditures we have, and I know that we've worked with S&P to get our bond rating, and they've issued that bond rating, so we can't undo that part of it. But I would ask that the director come and
Well, that's fine, but I do also want to ask you a question then. So last week when I wanted to bring this up, I was told that I needed to wait to a city council, not a committee of the whole. Is that true? To bring up this motion for reconsideration, that it has to happen on the city council, not on.
It would be more appropriately brought at the city council meeting.
Okay. Well, we'll hear from the director. Thank you.
So back in June, when I brought the first ordinance forward, I discussed the savings. There's certain factors here, right? The debt service is staying the same. Every year, the debt service is staying the same, except for when they issue the savings back to us. So what I mean that when I talk about the savings, depending upon what the interests and the par value, which is the value of the bonds, ends up being placed in the market, we anticipate anywhere from 20 to 24 million in savings right now. So that would be issued in years 2 and 3 of the bonds back to us. So but the debt service outside of that would remain the same as it is now. It's like 36.5 million annually, just roughly. And the maturity date is still 2040. We're not extending it. So we're not increasing anything. The only thing that we're doing is getting the savings from that, out of which we'll pay for the bond counsel, the underwriter, the financial advisor, as well as the rating agencies, Moody's and S&P. By the way, we've received both, S&P is an A rating, stable, and Moody's is an A3 stable, which is great news. They looked at all the financials for the utility. They've looked at the bond deal. They think everything is going great for the utility. And we just got the final, rating agency review today. So there's definitely, I mean, to try to walk back now, which the bonds go, the closing, or not closing, the sale of the bonds is in 3 weeks. To back out now, basically, most of the work is almost done by all of these entities, and they will be paid no matter what. So if we were to back out of the bond deal, we can lose the opportunity of the pricing for that. And then we would be net negative, basically, having to pay these agencies with that, without the savings from the bonds. And again, it's 20 to 24 million in bond savings that we're going to use to pay for projects that, we've been requesting, from the community. I think some aldermen have requested, like on the AMI, to get that started. We won't be able to do that without that savings.
Does any of the alders have a question for Doug before we let him sit down? Thank you, Mr. Brown. Alderman Redpath.
You answered part of my question, because I was going to ask what we do with the savings, and you already laid that out, that we have to pay bond counsel and that kind of thing. So if we claw this back now, what's the consequences?
That if we claw it back now, we're going to still have to pay those companies for all the work that they've done up to this point, because it's based off of the sale price of the bonds. So they're going to have to recalculate it based upon another method, which I don't know what that is off the top of my head, but it's not going to be cheap. Let's put it that way.
Thank you.
Any other alders with questions for Director Brown? Alderman Gregory, I see you grabbing your microphone.
So I would just say, I seen Doug out, and I joke with him and saying that's why we pay him the big bucks to put this together. But I will tell you that something of this magnitude, I think that we have to slow it down. And I hear you talking, and we're all trying to process that. And I think much of the concern is actually, how do I say this, sort of detailing, like, what our plans is. Like when we say AMI readers, right? First thing that comes to my mind is, well, how does the poorest community get them? How does that work with that?
Everybody gets them.
With that, I know everybody gets them, but how does that work with? How are we gonna roll that out? How are we gonna do that?
Well, it would be probably over a 3 to 5 year period. On that, but this part right here is just for the savings.
Okay.
So let's forget about doing AMI if we're not going to do this, because we're not going to go forward with it. That gets tabled. The proposals we've got on the street, I'll tell them to stop reviewing it. There's no reason to go forward with it. But when we go forward with AMI, then we're going to have a proposal to the council awarding, the low bidder with the best proposal, I should say, and then explain how that's going to get done. I would assume it'll probably be along the idea of like the cycles that the commercial office has, is how they would probably do it, because they want to complete a cycle in one area and keep going.
Right. And, I know some of the questions that we get is from people, lawyers and all types of things that have a little bit of expertise in this, so to speak, because you may not agree. But, we get a lot of opinions on that. So, and I think for me, slowing it down, that's, on the city side of the bonds, I was the president because we was moving fast and we had the rates and all that type of stuff. And on this one, I was gone the first one, and then we had it on consent, so I let it go through, but I had planned on really doing the same thing that night, but we had so much going on. But I do think that sometimes when we have so much money that we're gonna spend, we have to slow it down, do our presentations, saying, hey, this is how we doing it, this is why, this is the savings, this is where the savings going, and these are some of the projects, if we do this, that and this is how much it's gonna cost, and on and on. So not only we fully understand it, because all 10 of us fully do not understand what we're doing with that bond. It's just being honest. I ain't gonna sit up here and say I'm, no mathematician. I understand it fully. One thing we do understand is that normally when you refinance things, you run into some type of debt. You're saying savings. I trust you in that. But I think for our mindsets to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and things of that nature. That's why I agree with the reconsideration, just to slow it down. Not saying I'm gonna vote yes or no to it, but I think that something $450 million worth, we can slow it down a little bit and really go over this thing. But that's just my opinion, Doug. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we had 3 times, I think, before the council relating to the bonds. The first one was with the financial advisor and the underwriter, and then the rating agencies, which was on emergency ordinance because of the timing of it was missed by everybody. And then the last one actually authorized the bond ordinance itself, the master bond ordinance. But again, the delays, it's a risky move. I wouldn't recommend it. I mean, the underwriters are the expert at this, JP Morgan. That's what we have hired them to do, is to analyze this. And I'm, not a bond expert, but, if we would have had more time, if it would have been brought up when it was, actually being discussed, we would have had more time to maybe bring them in and do something like that. But, we haven't done that in the past either, so.
Alderman Hanauer?
Thank you. I think that the big number is the $20 million savings. I mean, we're saving $20 million. I understand that people, keep in mind, we've got people that they don't care what we do. Their main mission is to shut CWLP down. And they don't care if we save $20 million. They don't care. They just want it shut down. I'm looking, in your opinion, what's the best thing to do for our ratepayers on this?
Is to get the savings. I mean, there's no question. It's up to the council to, as far as to prioritize what those funds are spent on. I'll make a recommendation, of course, I already have, but the final recommendations will come eventually, and if you disagree with what they're being spent on, you can change the direction of that. But I think, $24 million in hand that's a pretty big deal. And that's why we've, indicated that, we've hired the financial advisors, the underwriters. They're the ones that are the experts at this, and they're the ones that, I didn't make this deal. But when they brought it to me, I was like, wow, that's going to be very helpful for us to move some projects forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Alderman Williams?
Yeah, so Director, are you guaranteeing, or did they guarantee you that we're gonna get $20 million savings? Is that a guarantee?
No, there's no guarantee because it's
Well,
on
see, and
the
that's
bond
my problem.
market.
So why are we talking like it's gonna happen? This happened with the increase with the 32% that Ty came in and recently, but at the way things are going, it's really 20, you never know. So everything is risky about it. Everything about CWP is risky, I would say. And I would just say, along with slowing things down and quick green light and everything that CWLP does, is that we really should have you come in with those folks perhaps, as you find out this is what you want to do, instead of just having us do this. And then we get all these questions afterwards, because that's a lot of money, you know, and it's dealing with something really important. I don't want to hurt us either, but I don't want us to spend 2 hours on 400,000 and then just green light 450 million. That made me feel horrible. So that's why I was trying to reconsider and say, let's start over. Let's have them present. And of course, I knew you was gonna come, well, it's gonna be the end of the world if you don't do it. If you do it, it's gonna be the end of the world. Because that's the answer to everything we do up here. Oh, Val gets up here and says, oh, well, we'll be out of time, we'll lose the money. So I already knew. But I did my job. I tried to reconsider it. I've done my part for the constituents. I'm trying to get better understanding. You still haven't addressed the math, how you get to 20 million, to help us understand that whatever they told you, how they get to the 20 millions in savings, there's folks out there saying, no way. And all I'm doing as alderman is trying to say, well, bring it to us. Lay it out up here on both screens, and then we'll vote. We'll probably still do it. But I guess you just saying it's too much to risk if we don't. Thank you.
Alderwoman Conley?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Doug. I think really what this speaks to is we probably do need to make sure that we establish our quarterly CWLP meetings so that we have this as a regular check-in. I think, you know, Alderman Gregory's point, we want to make sure that we know what these projects are that we're planning, how the utility is making, you know, using a bond market advantage to you know, grab some money that we can reinvest back into our community. And again, I apologize I wasn't here last week for that, but I do want to make sure that we keep those as a regular schedule so that
Yeah, we'll come back in, was it December probably, I think?
I think so. And outside of, because again, obviously you do your budget presentation too, but I think, you know, to that, I mean, there are legitimate questions that people have in the community. They want to know, you know, how are things going and how are you functioning? And so, you know, I think we just need to make sure that we keep that as a regular part of our updates and have that level of review. So thank you.
Any other alders with any discussion? Okay, so I have a motion and a second to reconsider. So I'm going to do a roll call vote since we're done with discussion on the motion to reconsider.
No is to
So-
not to bring
Yeah,
it back.
Corporation
Right,
Counsel.
so if the motion passes, then the ordinance is placed immediately before the city council for follow-up discussion and vote. So a vote in favor of the motion would be to bring the ordinance back to the council immediately following the vote for consideration.
Alderman Redpath.
No.
Alderman Gregory.
Yes.
Alderman Williams.
Yes.
Alderman Rockford.
Yes.
Alderwoman Purchase.
Yes.
Alderwoman Noteriano.
Yes.
Alderman Carlson.
No.
Alderwoman Conley.
No.
Alderman Donelan.
No.
Alderman Hanauer.
No.
5-5 tie, Mayor.
Want me to vote? No.
The motion fails. 6 noes, 5 yes.
Thank you, Clerk Lesko. Is there any additional unfinished business from the council members to come forward? Seeing none, is there any new business from the council members to come forward? Seeing none?
Yes, I do.
Oh, sorry, Alderwoman Purchase, I didn't see your name up there, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I see Penny is still here, but also October 5th, this Saturday, we have the camp out for the homeless veterans. It's the 7th annual camp out for homeless veterans located at Medics First, 200 North Grand Avenue. And that's starting at 3 p.m. to 11 a.m. on the 6th. And the reason why they are doing this is to raise awareness of the military veterans experiencing homelessness in our community. Also to raise funds for the Veterans Family Renaissance and other programs provided at the 5th Street Renaissance that serve local veteran meals, females and families to become self-sufficient and to overcome barriers to in their independence. I just want to give you a shout out and say thank you. I've been over there. You do an amazing job, and I hope everyone will come out to support this Saturday at 3 p.m.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Thank you.
Alderwoman Conley.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to remind everybody, a little over a year ago, we were still recovering from the derecho that hit us, and I guess it's July, but it still feels a little over a year. And this week, we said, well, when we were recovering from that derecho, we as a community, as a city, benefited hugely from other utilities, other communities sending their crews to us, and that helped us get back, and it was a long time. And we know as a community that went through that type of a disaster, the stress and upset that was for everybody. So I just want to say thank you to Doug Brown, to our utility crews who have gone to assist fellow citizens in Georgia. We have you know, other residents of this country who are dealing with some really horrible, unimaginable disasters this week. I'd say unimaginable, except obviously in 22 we had something very similar in Tennessee, but we're looking at some really major disasters, and I'm very proud to say that we send our crews, that we send our people to help as others came and provided assistance to us. So, and I know it's late, but I think it's really important that we just take a second to acknowledge kind of that general level of humanity, that we do try to reach out and help each other. And I also just real quickly want to apologize. I snapped earlier. I try not to do that when I'm in this seat. So my responses are mine, and I do apologize for snapping. That was not something that I'm proud of. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for acknowledging the storm victims, Alderwoman. Any other new business from the council? All right, seeing none, those who have signed up in advance to address the council, Tabitha Grigg.
I didn't come last Tuesday because I didn't want to face a horseshoe of people who aren't actually listening to me or caring what I said. But after what happened on Wednesday, because we missed and didn't come and speak before you, I guess it's important that we're here every week so that you know that we're not going away. Last Wednesday, the unhoused encampment at 5th and North Grand was, you can say it wasn't, but it was bulldozed. Your community outreach team went out and spoke based on issues that they had seen, said that the garbage cans were full and hadn't been checked. Public Works really never does that. We supply the garbage bags and whatnot for them. And we actually have a member of that community who is signed up to speak, who is here, who will tell you that what you guys were told today by Officer Newman wasn't true. We don't think that they're terrible people doing terrible things. We think they're terrible people who did one terrible thing, made one bad choice, and because of that, this council, specifically you, Mayor, has chosen to vilify those of us who are speaking for the unhoused and say that we're making up social media conspiracies when we have video evidence of bulldozers. So you can say it didn't happen. You can vilify us all you want, but we're getting stronger and your story's getting weaker. So I'll just leave that at that. I know that the community member that we have here today will tell you that he was told by previous officers that he could have tents there, and that Officer Newman told him, no, it's illegal and you can get rid of it or you're breaking the law. They gave a presentation today focused on compassion and dignity, but we're struggling to see that. Now, with the lady who is working 60, 75 hours a week, and you guys think that's adorable and cute that she has to work that hard, I believe that she has compassion for these people. I don't believe it from the police. I don't believe that we need the police doing this at all. We need specific professionals handling it. We don't see it as worried about compassion and dignity when you're getting rid of everything that they have and putting it in a dumpster with a bulldozer and the little claw thing that picks things up. Because apparently that was a huge distinction for Officer Newman. The outreach stating that they're visiting campsites and connecting them with shelters. We're curious to know what shelters those are, because we only have one in Springfield that houses men. So I'm not sure what shelters they're connecting them to. And I don't deny, none of us deny that they're trying to help. We're just saying that that issue was vile and should not have been done. The city does need to hire a larger outreach team, so I'm glad Alderwoman Purchase brought that up, that we do need more people out here doing outreach day, night, all hours of the day. One person working 75 hours a week isn't cute. We don't like it. However, we do know that the city refuses to meet with any groups that want to help. We've asked to meet. I've personally reached out to several members of this Horseshoe and Director Posey with no response. So I'm running out of time, so I will just say this. They were unable to provide data. Anybody here who needs it, we have data of how many people we help monthly, what we help them with, specifically what we do, what services we provide. We have all of that data. We're happy to bring it and show it to you. If you're wanting to give away millions of dollars, give it to the people who are actually using it, not more to Springfield Police. They don't need any more money. And then the last thing I want to discuss is on Saturday, we staged a protest at the Route 66 Festival. And we were blocked by police and told we could not walk down the streets, that it was a private event that was blocking public businesses and public streets. So during that time, we were handed 2 sheets of paper that stated the do's and don'ts of protesting, etc. And so we could not walk down the streets. We were told to stay in one specific area. And we were counter-protested with those same rules, but because it was a private event, they were allowed to do it and we weren't. Your officers are struggling to keep their hands off of members of your community. They decided to touch and flick Tiara's sign and touch her again. And they were letting people scream in our faces, things so vile as the police should have shot Tiara instead of strangling her. So, please get your officers under control so that they can control other members of the city, and we are allowed to protest in any public event space. And again, we can provide the documentation for the Protesters' Bill of Rights to show that. So you guys just let me know what data you need me to bring, and I will bring it next Tuesday. Alderman Rockford's got my number.
Thank you. Person signed up to speak is Terrence Lawson. Is Terrence Lawson here? Terrence? I don't see Terrence here. The next person signed up to speak is Lori McKiernan. Lori McKiernan. Okay, the next person signed up to speak is Robert Frazier. I see him.
Mr. Douglas, I tried.
Good evening. Well, as you know, for the last, I don't know how many months, probably 8, 9 months since the beginning of the year, I've been coming up every month after following the following month and giving details about how the CSA, Clean Slate Advocates, Soap to Hope program's going. And as of last month, which ended yesterday, I'm sorry. The data from, okay. The data from August is as follows. CSA program processed 104,562 loads of laundry, which is equivalent to 836,496 pounds of laundry at a tune of investment is $653,512.50. This program is moving forward by divine intervention. what I see, I've been here for 5+ hours tonight, and it's incredible the amount of non-communication that we have, and the people that suffer is the community. I'm doing everything I could possibly do to bring people together, just in the matter of providing an opportunity to have clean clothes. I want to thank Frank Lesko. I was up late trying to just research stuff, and I came across something on the website of the city clerk's office that says, "We the people." Somehow or another, I clicked on it. And I struggle all the time when I come up and I learn, and I'm trying to read different things that are going on in the community, and it makes absolutely no sense to me. But on this program that anybody can go to on the website, it kind of explains some more detail about what's going on and where these resolutions and ordinances come from. I appreciated that, and I told him that. I appreciated that. And I asked him, how long has this website been up? And he said, maybe 4 or 5 years. It was strikingly shocking to me, because information is vital for people to be prepared to come up here and talk about issues and things that we should do better at as far as communicating with one another, so that we understand what your vision is for the city and what we need to do to support that. We're in perilous times right now. People need help in many different ways, and we need to engage the community a little more than we do. We have a lot of people with a lot of talent. We have a lot of businesses that are doing great things for the community, but we're not supported. CSA has not been supported by the city or in any way monetarily. This is probably my first time learning about the seed a little bit and realizing that there has been dollars out there to support community, meaningful community support that is supporting the community. We spend a lot of time on the homeless community, but there's another part of the community that's struggling also, and that's folks here that do have homes, and they're working together, working night and day, trying to make ends meet in this time. We need your support. We need everybody to work together to help the homeless. We need to help each other to get through these times that are very tough. It's very tough. So we need to buckle down. We'll continue to do what we do until they shut the doors, and then that would be the end of that, and we'll move forward. But I appreciate you guys allowing me the opportunity to speak, and hopefully the information that I give means something, and we continue to do better for one another. Thank you.
The next person signed up to speak is Douglas Hewitt. Mr. Hewitt? I see.
I hope I'm the last one. I'm not? Well, I won't waste y'all's time then. Name is Hewitt Douglas. See, I got my name right this time. I appreciate that. I'm here again for, I know you know, Lincoln Tower, right? Lincoln Tower Tenants Organization Incorporated is who we are. We have incorporated because we're lied to all the time. I'm gonna have to say positively that the new Friedman Management Corporation is starting to do a few things. We now have 2 elevators. I want y'all to know that. I'm happy, as long as 2 elevators are running. You know, right now, a major issue there is cleanliness, maintaining. I know corporate counsel can't do anything, but this last report that Lakeisha showed us, in regards to problems that are reported over there, is a bunch of bull. They got a whole lot more major problems than that. They have that underground parking. They finally brought in a bunch of steel beams, and now they're gonna shore up. They're not following my suggestion to tear that building down in the front because it shouldn't have never been there in the first place. That's the politics of this town. I learned that a long time ago, and I learned it again this evening. The politics in this town stinks. It's been stinking a long time, and it's going to continue to stink. I'm just telling y'all, it ain't whether you're Republican, whether you're Democrat, whether you're independent. You are paid to sit and make a decision that helps folks. Now, you just turned down a bunch of my union friends, and I don't know how much money that longevity pay was, but bottom line is, I worked 40 years and 7 months negotiating contracts with the state of Illinois. None of y'all can tell me that you've sat down for 40 years and negotiated contracts and not had to come back and get it codified. If you don't know what codified means, it means clarification. To clear up what you made a mistake doing. The homeless situation. I'm just telling you, you messed up. You messed up because you didn't think ahead. You don't think in front, you think behind. It's important that when I travel that area all the time, and when I saw that big old tent, I was like, oh yeah, they get ready to do something about this. Because the tent shouldn't be there. But somebody should have been there long before that tent got up. That tent took days to get up. And you tell me you go by there every day or every week to check the trash cans? Bottom line is, I'm just telling you. Now you're going to have a veterans homeless thing down the street. For the veterans, 4 blocks away, down on 2nd Street. That's what I just heard. That don't make sense either. Why couldn't y'all put them down there 2 weeks ago? All the homeless folks. They don't use that parking lot. There used to be a grocery store parking lot. Ain't but 8 ambulances for 300 spots. That don't make sense. I know it ain't 300 spots. Bottom line is, I am very frustrated because like the young man said, I've been here well, I got here at 6 o'clock. Now it's 10 o'clock. My wife ain't gonna believe this. I'm gonna tell y'all, my wife wanna know where you at, what you doing, when you come. She gave me permission to come here tonight. Now I may not get permission again. I'm just telling y'all, we are frustrated. The citizens of this town are frustrated. I wanna know, technically, I know you're in court with Lincoln Tower. But I want to know what the hell is really going on here because engineering a parking lot, they're going to now try to fix the front parking lot, but only because of that building in the front. See, they're going to fix the parking lot up top, but the 120 spaces down below, we still can't use. And I know it'd be 3 or 4 years before I can. That's all right, but I want to tell me the truth. Don't lie to me like you did with the rail thing. Because, see, I live over there where the train's blowing all night long, and you told me it would be done by December 2025. That's 3 months from now.
Next year.
Last week they told me it would be 2 more years. I'm tired of them trains.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Douglas, so thank you. Because of you all showing up so much and forming that organization there, I had just learned about it as well, too. It was told to me that Lincoln Tower surface parking will be officially open back up, which would be today, and then that the shoring is complete and the receiver and mortgage company are working diligently to try to make the right the ship. I do want to still ask, now that they are working, I still want to ask Corporation Counsel to come over with me once you get everybody together and then talk more about where we are, what else can be done. And I know that people wanted this done like yesterday, but I think that the tenants over there, they appreciate you coming and speaking up. My colleagues appreciate you coming and speaking up.
I appreciate y'all listening to me.
I try to come every time you call.
I know I got friends on this council. I got some folks don't like me too, but I don't care. You know, that's all right. As long as I got 6 out of the 10.
And also keep calling and texting when those elevators don't work neither. All of that helps to keep the pressure on them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, sir. The next person signed up to speak is Tiara Standage. Standage, sorry. I didn't put my glasses on just now.
Hello, I'm Tiara Standage, CEO of Intricate Minds. I'd like to address that small outburst Mr. Posey had about not receiving a call from my assistant and taking his card. You could have just as easily gave us a card or a phone call when you sent 7 inspectors in when we first opened our harm reduction center, telling the city that we were a shelter, which we've never been. So I agree with Mr. Williams that maybe if we open up that line of communication between the city and these smaller agencies that are trying to help the community, maybe there won't be as many misunderstandings. I'm also here to address the false narrative on social media and the police conspiracy theories. I think it's really weird how much attention is paid to my social media page with no attention paid to the services that we offer to the community. I just want to repeat again, I am an advocate for the unhoused, so that's my job. I work 5 days a week providing services to the unhoused, and when they express something to me, it's my job to speak up for them. So I'm not trying to create any conspiracy theory. I'm not trying to lie on anybody. There's video evidence. You said there's body cam evidence of what happened to the encampment. We'd like to see that as well. I'll be putting in a FOIA request, even though the other 2 of them were denied. Another thing, a lot of the participants, I call them participants because, you know, they participate in my business, but a lot of the unhoused residents that live on 5th and North Grand, they don't have cell phones and and if they do have cell phones, they don't have data. So the last they heard about them living on the street and their property being on the street is that they were going to be jailed and fined. So sending the police out there asking them, is this your stuff? Probably 100% of them said no, because last they knew, they could be ticketed or jailed for admitting that that was their stuff. I brought a participant here with me today to speak. He let me know that he was given 10 minutes. That's ridiculous. That's not an ample amount of time for somebody who already has nowhere to go to find somewhere to store their things. I also wanted to bring up Heartland House. I talked to Lakeisha before at a town hall meeting, and she suggested that I go speak with them, you know, just so I can have some type of perspective as to what they do. I did set up that meeting with Josh Sabo and Nick Dotson and all the other leaders on their team. And basically, from what I heard, they're like a middleman. They gave me access to the coordinated entry list so that now I can put my participants on there myself. But there's this list that's being created of all the homeless people, unhoused, I'm sorry. There's a list that we can enter our unhoused people onto. And when they pop up on this list, Heartland House is responsible for referring them to other agencies. So I hear them getting thrown under the bus a lot, but all they can do is offer a referral. There needs to be more places that they can refer these people to, okay? Seed, I have never heard from anybody in the SEED program other than Heartland House. I have, however, been contacted by Miss Penny Powell from 5th Street Renaissance. She's offered us supplies. She asked us what we need, and she meets people where they're at. She knows that, you know, they get grant money for things, but that we are directly across the street from 5th and North Grand. We're there every day. How can we help you to help them? And I feel like those people that are on the ground working are the people that need to be receiving this money, because from what I heard today, there's been $3 million spent on battling unhoused, yet the number of unhoused people is rising. So it's time to try something new. Never heard from SPD's homeless outreach team except for Mr. Newman coming to get a free Sonia Massey sign. People, I mean, everybody mentions my Facebook when I'm advocating for these people, but nobody reaches out to me about services to these people. So once again, that's a little weird to me. Also, I want to note, as I'm leaving, it is evidence-based that homeless outreach as well as harm reduction will not work if it's done by the police. It will not work if these people are accompanied by the police. My community, the Black community, and the unhoused community have a deeply seated mistrust of the police, which is becoming even greater with the death of Sonia Massey and the bulldozing of their home. So when you guys are looking for options on how to get homeless to zero, look at the people who are boots on the ground. People don't have to have a degree to work with unhoused. There's a position called CRSS. I don't know if you guys have heard about it before. It's a Certified Recovery Support Specialist. And it's evidence-based that these people work better with the unhoused community because they have lived experience, not a degree. They have lived experience. We were told several times by the homeless outreach coordinator that when they sent the bulldozers out there, they also sent people to offer resources. Sean Gregory seen me out there with this notebook and this pen, and the same people that you guys say refuse housing all gave me their information to be entered onto the coordinated entry list. So maybe it's not that they don't want help, it's that they don't want to deal with the people that you're sending to help them.
The next person signed up to speak, I have to put my glasses on, is Ken Pasha.
Thank you. And thank you, Aaron, for your apology earlier. I appreciate that. It's very classy. So some may or may not know much about me. I have a master's degree in mass media communication. And one of the big things that I learned in getting that degree in communication is that the optics of a situation make all the difference. You can say whatever you'd like, but the video that went out was a bulldozer, a dump truck, and a bunch of stuff being loaded in it. When we've talked to those participants, as we've heard, that's not what happened. They were literally forced out of their spot, their things were thrown away, and the ones who were too scared to speak to the police, well, what's their recourse? I mean, that's part of the problem is the optics. The optics for the council, and this isn't meant to pick on anyone in particular, but they're not good. I mean, who's making these decisions independent of you guys that leave you guys holding the bag? I mean, they called in like real city resources, right? Can I call in a bulldozer? Can I get a dump truck on command? I mean, that seems wildly out of place for the unhoused. I mean, what's the cost of that, right? I mean, we've watched all this money get talked about. Almost an hour and a half on elevators to be ADA compliant, and you guys made him find a funding source that he doesn't even want. I've never seen Gus Gordon walk away so sad in my life from a victory because you guys forced him into that, to take money from the community that he actually gives a damn about. How heartless is that? I mean, realistically, you guys just green-lighted a police fund, which granted is a grant. You guys aren't paying for it. But that should offer more scrutiny of what exactly they're getting that money for. License plate readers, GPS cameras, a mobile command center of camera networks is the kind of things that they can pay for with that money. That's a surveillance state we're instituting by giving them that kind of money, and you guys passed it with so little concern, it was almost astounding. But the concern you show for a building that should have been torn down 20 years ago, dude, let's be blunt. Old Town Apartments has been a rat hole for decades. I got robbed at gunpoint there back in the early 2000s. So it's not like that money's necessary versus like, I know the answer to that question because I drive through it every day and I have for over almost the majority of my life. And I'll tell you right now, when I go to work, it starts to get a whole lot nicer when I cross certain streets. And I think we know why that is. And if anyone wants to deny that institutional and systemic racism exists, that's charmingly cute of you. But it's a little late in the game to attempt it. But what we see playing out here, the optics of it, don't make any of us sitting out here or walking around out there believe that you guys actually give a damn about what happens to the rest of us on the other half of town. I mean, quite frankly, it's astounding that I see millions of dollars just easily rolled out. CWOP should be rolling in here with a prospectus, an outlay. I mean, they're begging you guys for millions of dollars. Greens, top to bottom. But when we talk about my side of town, it's a whole lot of red. Now, why is that? What is it about my side of town that doesn't deserve help? Is it the people over there? Is it because we don't have institutional power? Because I went and got degrees, I went and accomplished stuff. Hell, I'll even tell you right now, I got an FCC license for an FM station I'll be starting soon. So you guys are really gonna hate it when I leave here and I hop on my radio station and I start talking to our community about what you guys failed to do. You guys let AFSCME walk out of here after yet another debate over something that should have been easy to pass. Those people have given their lives to this city. And what did you give them? Nothing. But what are you going to give big money interests when they ask for stuff? What are we going to give real estate developers? What are we going to give corporate groups that pop up and want more money? You guys can't get your wallets out fast enough, and it's disgusting. It really is, because the optics of it make the city think that you don't care about us or our outcomes. Flat out. I literally dragged myself to where I am in my life. And that's not meant to be like, take pity on me or anything like that. But I'm lucky. I'm lucky to be standing where I am. There are thousands of people who did not get that lucky. And we, as a city, have the opportunity to help them. We really do. There are millions of dollars floating around, and you guys made a guy beg for $185,000 so people in wheelchairs can go see an art show. When we talk about Hoogland isn't low income, who do you think performs there? When all these rich folks drive over from Spalding Orchard Road and Cokie Mill and Panther Creek, where do you think those performers come from? Do you think they pop out of those rich places? No, because those kids get to go to universities. Those kids get easy rides. The rest of us show up to places like that and sing our heart outs and dance and do whatever we can because it's all we have left. It's all you've left us. It really is. It's all you've left us. And you still make us beg. The optics of that are disgusting.
Please not touch the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My apologies.
Thank you for your time, sir.
Yeah. Just consider that, though, guys. I mean, they shouldn't have to beg for stuff like that, make you vote 4 times, and you guys just know it down the road. But CDLBOP rolls in here for millions, and you just can't help yourselves. Think about that.
The next person signed up to speak is Uelis Maceo. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. Not here? Okay. I apologize. The next person signed up to speak is Zakari Moore. Okay. The next person signed up to speak is Phelan Chappell.
All right, how y'all doing? My name is Phelan Chappell. I reside down at 5th and North Grand. Now, unlike most of us, the stuff they took from me was stuff that I used to make money. I'm a creator. So I built stuff, you know. I made hats, fixed bikes, and sold them, you know, instead of going out and stealing or holding a sign, you know. So I just felt like when Officer Newman came, he was aggressive. He didn't give me no options. And I've been diagnosed with explosive anger, anxiety. So I just had to remove myself from the situation. And I mean, it's hard to try to do anything when people steady breaking you down. I mean, I may be homeless, but that means nothing. I still clean, still take care of my hygiene. I done put in applications for jobs, but that stuff don't come fast enough. So, I mean, it may look like a mess to y'all, but I mean, I did what I know how to do, and that's art. So, you know, I create, I made stuff and sold it. I mean, plenty of people drove by seeing me painting or seeing me making stuff, you know, that's what I did. And Officer Newman is such a liar because the week before, I had spoke to an officer and I asked him, can I have this in here? He searched through it with his flashlight, looked through it, and he told me it was fine. When he came, he was aggressive. He told me his officers didn't know the law, and he knew the law better. And he told me I didn't have no options. It was either take it down or they was gonna destroy it. So, I mean, I don't wanna fight with the police. So I just had to remove myself, and after that, they didn't give me no options. They just took everything, you know, and I built all that stuff up from being out there and networking and knowing people. So, I mean, it doesn't make sense that we can't get no help. I mean, because everybody's not the same, you know. And a crowd is always gonna be bad and good, so you just can't fault everybody for what's going on. And that's just how I look at it, you know. Before I became homeless, I was working. I was getting ready to start my own business, and I lost all that. So, you know, that's where I've been stuck at, but I still, like I say, I spend more time cleaning before I even go anywhere so stuff can be in order, because I like order. And again, just because we're homeless, that doesn't mean that we're not people and we don't have morals and values. Because I was raised by my grandma, and that's all she knew was morals and values. You know, so that's how I live. And I try to help them people out there. Like, when I got the tent or the gazebo, I told the guy I didn't want it. He says, going to rain, this is why I'm giving it to you. I mean, and I hate to turn stuff down. Like, I had a lady in a wheelchair come. I put her name on the back of her wheelchair. She brought me a queen-size mattress. I didn't ask her to do it, but she did it. I mean, how can you turn down a gift when somebody give it to you? It's like slapping somebody in the face. So, I mean, it just don't make no sense how stuff is perceived, and it's not like that. True enough, I got mad, but at the end of the day, Officer Newman was aggressive, and he made me believe that I didn't have no options. And he didn't even want to hear me out. I was trying to tell him, this is how I make my money. I build. I'm not out here ripping and running, stealing, and doing all the retarded stuff that some people may do. Oh, yeah, yes. Like, I had tools for my bikes. I had spray paint. They took all my art supplies. Like, again, I like to create. That's my meditation. I can spend 4 hours on one picture and block everything out. And that's what I do. I just feel like y'all don't put enough energy to help us, that's all. And another thing, Helping Hands, I feel, only does stuff for people who get checks. Because I had the lady come out there and tell me she was going to help me get an ID, and I haven't heard from her since then. I sat out there for 3 hours waiting on that lady. Never came. So, I mean, it's just some issues that need to be addressed. And again, like she said, we don't need no police coming down there trying to help us. Because it's not, they're too aggressive, and they make a big deal out of nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next person signed up to speak. The next person signed up to speak is Bree Roberts.
Man, about time. Shit, y'all make people, excuse my French. Oh.
Bree Roberts.
It is something new every week with you guys, isn't it? 1 week, y'all are trying to set an ordinance where it is illegal to camp. Then you get public pushback, so you side the ordinance. And then next thing we hear, a few weeks later, there's literally a bulldozer, a dumpster, and police taking away the only livelihood that these individuals have. It's crazy that you give people little to no warning, and you can sit here and say, oh, well, I had no idea. If you didn't have any idea and somebody did this in your honor under your name, you need to fire them, first of all, because you're going to end up taking the fall for it, Misty. You give people little to no warning to gather their belongings, and you throw everything else away. Like he just spoke, he had a whole business he was working on. Every supply he had to make any amount of a livelihood was taken from him. That is a shame. You want these people to get off the street and you want them to find a job and they can't get hired because of whatever reasons. Maybe they have gaps in their employment or just the lack of housing. And then when they're making money, you throw away their supplies. That's disgusting. Shame. And, you know, we give you all these recommendations, and we talk to you guys nice, and we tell you there are people in the community that you can connect with and talk to, and they have resources and direct contact with these unhoused individuals that you guys just don't know by name. They do. But clearly, nobody's listening when we are telling you their names and where to find them and how to contact them. So let me remind you, since you guys seem to forget every week, you have Tiara Standage. She is the owner of Intricate Minds, right on that corner of North Grand across from 5th. It is a nonprofit harm reduction organization that offers free haircuts on Mondays. They have free Wi-Fi. They have harm reduction supplies. They have group therapy on Thursdays. They have fentanyl testing strips and Narcan. They have so much more. She is active in the community, and you guys are consistently neglecting what is being given to you. It is a shame that you have these resources and you're not using them to your disposal. How many times does she have to come up here and say, hey, I'm here, before you guys realize that she's here? You also have Tabby Grigg, who comes up here just about every meeting and tells you, hey, I'm also a resource that you guys can use. Has anybody contacted her?
I've talked to Rockford once. Yes, he did stop by.
Thank you, Rockford, for doing that. I appreciate you reaching out. The rest of you, what are you doing? Unhoused individuals have came up here and they've spoken and they've told you their stories. And what is your response? Throwing their stuff away. Okay. And this is what you want to do to beautify Springfield, right? That's what you claimed it as, right? So let's talk about how dehumanizing it is for you to beautify Springfield by removing the belongings of unhoused individuals and not giving them any warning. You could try to say that the removing had nothing to do with the Route 66 festival, but like, let's be for real. It's not just a coincidence that it happened just a couple of days leading up to this festival. You have a lot of smart people in this room, okay? You can lie to us, but we're gonna see right through it. You're interested in beautifying Springfield, right? So let me go ahead and give you some recommendations of how you can make Springfield more beautiful, since that's the priority. Let's start with all of the abandoned buildings downtown. I don't think that's beautiful. You know, you want to talk about all these eyesores. What about these buildings that have boarded up windows and overgrown weeds and vacant lots? That doesn't sound very beautiful to me. What about the neglected East Side? And on that note, we know y'all hate the East Side because you're racist. That's just what it is. We have trash piling up. We have boarded up houses. We have things on the street. It just doesn't, you, like Ken mentioned, you go from one side of town to the other and you can tell the difference where the money is being placed. So let's go ahead and start implementing harm reduction. Since we want to say that drugs is an issue, people are going to do drugs regardless if you want them to or not. So instead of acting like to solve the problem is to make people stop doing drugs, let's actually use science and statistics and make harm reduction more accessible in Springfield, Illinois. If we offered something to the people that were really struggling, not only would that bridge the gap between these issues that the police are having to deal with and the community, but it would also show the community that you guys actually care. I am so tired of coming up here every week and telling you guys the same thing over and over and over, for you guys to sit here and stare at me with blank eyes and not do anything about it. How many times do we have to come up here and tell you to do your job? Get it together.
The next person signed up to speak is Nancy Harlow. Is Nancy Harlow here? No Nancy Harlow. The next person signed up to speak is Anu Parachuri.
My name is Anu Parachuri, and I live in Ward 7. Hello, Mayor. The unhoused encampment at North Grand and 5th. We saw the videos. We watched the press conference. We read the local news reports. Many people spoke with unhoused individuals from that area. We know that some people, like Mr. Chappelle, lost their possessions without consent, contrary to what your city officials have been claiming. I have a lot of questions about what happened and a lot of disappointment in your response. In short, the story we were fed is absurd. I'm supposed to believe that Public Works showed up with a backhoe and a dump truck to haul away 4 garbage cans of trash? I drive by there all the time. This gazebo is protection from the elements. I'm supposed to believe that someone was willing to throw it out and then sit in the rain the next day? That an open-sided tent is always obstructing views? I'm supposed to believe that police presence doesn't intimidate people into doing exactly what the cops want? That encampment has existed in that area for years. In all that time, this is the first I've heard of the city taking such drastic measures. Why now? I'm supposed to believe that the outreach staff are suddenly concerned about unclaimed items, or that Public Works is just sitting around with an available backhoe and dump truck ready at a moment's notice? I'm supposed to believe that there's no significance in the timing of this right after your debacle of an ordinance was withdrawn. And I'm supposed to believe that suddenly the city is concerned with beautifying the area right before a large downtown festival, which, by the way, created huge headaches for local downtown businesses and people with disabilities, but that is a separate conversation. And I do feel for the city's outreach staff. They described the amount of work that they try to do, the organizations that they work with, and the long-term relationships that they've established with unhoused folks. So how curious, Mayor, that you and Alderwoman Purchase failed to speak with any frontline workers before drafting your emergency ordinance. And if these workers do so much and are so connected with the unhoused community and supporting organizations, why did you even need an ordinance that criminalized homelessness? Why not put that energy towards more outreach funding? It is absolutely wild that our tax dollars can pay for a backhoe and a dump truck or motorcycles so that SPD can cosplay Terminator. But I'm supposed to believe that those tax dollars can't pay for more outreach? And this press conference from last week, or whenever, was questionable at best and infuriating at worst. You appeared to step back and dump accountability on the shoulders of frontline workers. And to say they're just doing their jobs is eerily similar to they're just following orders. I don't think that's the tone you want to set here. Moreover, to say that you didn't know what was happening, that indicates a huge communication breakdown within your administration. Did you not know the type of work that your outreach staffers were performing? It sounds like you didn't based on what's the presentation today. Did you not think to discuss the community's concerns with your staff to ensure that you all had a solid plan going forward after the ordinance was withdrawn? This makes you look incompetent. And now you're trying to blame the frontline workers and apparently after tonight, some local groups that have been in the trenches for years. At this point, I no longer believe anything you say. I no longer trust anything you say. And I no longer have respect for anything that you say or do. It's disheartening to feel this at such a local level. But you said to our faces that you heard our concerns. You clearly heard nothing, and so you lied to us right to our faces. And I would say shame on you and this administration, but clearly you have none. Despite all the people who spoke out against this ordinance, including people who have been unhoused in the past, all the solutions that have been offered by people who work with the unhoused, and the lack of support for your ordinance from local businesses, you still refuse to change course. Instead, you once again spit lies on the public, you steal the dignity of vulnerable people, and you sit there more concerned about your gavel matching your blazer every week than serving and healing this community. It's not funny, it's not cute or endearing, it's cringy, condescending, and exhausting. But if that makes you happy, then so be it. We'll keep coming back here until you no longer hold that gavel.
The next person signed up to speak is Bill Baskett, and I think I saw him leave. The next person signed up to speak is Reggie Guyton.
Sorry, I'm not supposed to touch the microphone, so I want to make sure that everybody can hear me. So I originally was going to start off with these videos, and I have 10% left on my phone because it's been a long day. But earlier when folks said that, oh, we didn't have vehicles out here removing things, well, there's actually video evidence floating around on social media. So to say that people are promoting misinformation or they have some type of agenda is a complete misdirection, and it is insulting the intelligence of any Springfield citizen who lives here. But I digress. I'm gonna get into how exactly I feel. Here we go again. It has been a few weeks since citizens packed in to tell representatives of City Council and Mayor Misty how morally bankrupt the ordinance targeting the unhoused communities encampment is. Council withdrew the ordinance and assured us it would not move forward. However, last week there were several things that occurred that showed us that we cannot trust government representation to honor their word, and that no matter what, folks would do whatever they wanted and pass the blame like hot potato. It is abundantly clear that Mayor Misty does not know what is going on in the city she leads and is very transparent that facing accountability is not her strong suit. In a press conference held the day after the Public Works showed up to 5th and North Grand with 2 vehicles that needed special certification to operate it, she doubled down and insisted that she knew nothing of this matter. I, as well as many of your constituents, cannot believe you, and here's why. Number 1, your team responded to all questions in a press conference held during a weekday morning with 45 minutes notice. Number 2, later that day, or possibly the next, there was a reel posted on social media featuring city beautification, a common term, but coincidentally one that was used by the mayor in that press conference. Number 3, in addition to the absolute lack of responsibility, the mayor also insisted that some of the unhoused community were just hanging out. This tactic is used to demoralize the unhoused and place blame on them rather than the systems and the leaders that consistently fail them daily. 4, conveniently, all of this happened the week of the Mother Road Route 66 Festival held downtown. The timing is oh so suspicious, especially when you consider that there was a whole period where the horseshoe was off camera during a city council meeting for an extended period of time last week. Let the record also show that the city gets about $25K for hosting this festival, while downtown businesses receive no compensation. Instead, they receive hindrances to their businesses and harassment from festival attendees. Mayor Misty, this past week will go down as one of the biggest blunders of Springfield leadership, not only because of you feigning ignorance, but because of your continued use of minorities as scapegoats and local law enforcement as community bullies to further your agenda. We literally witnessed a job performance review because your insistence that the people are disseminating incorrect information. Yet we literally have video footage of unhoused communities' belongings being dumped into a truck. Newsflash, most people would simply comply and agree with police just to avoid being harassed or put in a dangerous situation. This goes double for the people whose rights are consistently infringed on. The situation with the unhoused is no different. Do you really believe that people will provide dissenting voices and perspectives while they were surprised with city representatives and construction vehicles showing up at the place where they lay their head to rest with 10 minutes to figure out what they're gonna do? Do you really think that folks would take the chance of arguing and being labeled as non-compliant when literally y'all were just trying to criminalize that exact thing? Did we not learn from the multiple tragedies this city has experienced this year alone? Are you really sure that you understand the needs and the barriers of the unhoused? And if that is true, I ask that you please explain how folks ended up right back in the same spot, not even 24 hours later. Not even 24 minutes. Or even why the folks who are involved with outreach to the unhoused violated the Unhoused Bill of Rights, specifically Section A7, which are certified by the state of Illinois. Or maybe why the unhoused didn't receive at least 24 hours of notice like the original ordinance stated. Or would you, or why would you do this a week before the Camp Out for Homeless Veterans fundraiser? Is that not cognitive dissonance at all? At all. We are no longer accepting these actions as pure coincidence or have confidence that the leadership is in tune with the realities of the citizens of Springfield. We, the citizens of Springfield, are smarter than that and refuse the gaslighting that has been told tonight. The administration is either inept, wildly ill-informed, led by white supremacist ideations, intentionally malicious, or some hybrid of all of the above. Pick one. In conclusion, I have to ask, why do y'all hate the poor, the disabled, people of color, and the intersection of these groups so much? Why do we continually have to rally, organize, and show up to chastise you into moving with humanity? The city of Springfield deserves much better than what you are giving us.
The next person signed up to speak is Jennifer Aholt. Is Jennifer here? Jennifer, going once, Aholt, twice. The next person signed up to speak is Angela Landholt. I'm trying to read the last name. Okay, she's not here.
Got hit in the car accident, Mayor, she the one that got hit in the car accident on where they was at, the tent.
Yeah, I was
She's so
in that
shattered,
accident.
she's so devastated.
Next
She
person.
came up there and started having an anxiety attack and had to leave.
Okay, thank you, sir. The next person signed up to speak is Mr. Robert Williams.
That BB.
Yes, sir.
Y'all made him wait this long.
Hey, I would like to address all y'all, and I want to point out to the racist people, you. This is what's happening. Y'all say y'all ain't got no control of housing. Y'all ain't trying to house nobody. I've been out here for a year and a half, and Mayor, under the governor's law, you all violating all my constitutional rights, and I want to know, who do I sue? You. I want to know, because Pritzker signed a bill for sex offenders, and he said we supposed to get housed. Well, I ain't housed. I dress slick. I dress nice. I work odd jobs. I got people. Amanda, she do tickets. She done filled out resumes for me. I'm out here, same people I mess with, stealing my phone. Well, I don't mess with them. They mess with me. But then they find out I'm not the one to mess with. Now, I'm here asking you, Mayor, what you gonna do about me? I've been out here a year. I want to get out the street. I don't like living out here. I got a life. I want a life, but you won't give it to me because I'm an ex-con. I'm not a sex offender. I didn't rape no kid. I didn't rape no woman, and I don't fuck with men. No disrespect to the men. I have nothing against gay. I'm not gay. Now, I want to thank Scott, Officer Scott, security guard Scott that works here in y'all building. This man that gave me money, food, but you all, I see y'all every day. Ain't never one of y'all ever hand me, oh, I take that back. Sean, I love you. Roy, I love you. But the rest of y'all, I don't even know y'all, because y'all don't make yourself known. Y'all don't come out there and talk to us. We homeless. We got a problem. We don't want to come to y'all. We don't want to come sit in a place confined. Then you got us out here at, what's that? Not me, because I refuse to go there. I done did 25 years, and I'd be damned if I go back to another. And having a helping hand as a housing place, that's a prison. Even though it's for children, it was for kids, it's still a confinement place. You know what I'm saying? And then y'all take the pity part. You only got 2 out here in society, in this town, 2, and that's because of Mary. And y'all look at her like she crazy. The lady a Christian. I got more love for her than I have for you all. Brian, who died sitting out there at the bus station, like I said last time I was here, I only have so much control of a situation. I told everybody about the situation. He should have been placed in a homeless place, but didn't nobody do it because, as y'all say, he has that right. But hey, if I had control of the situation, I'd have took that right because I know that man was sick. He was shitting on himself every day. We cleaning him up. Not mental health, not the house pill, none of y'all. Because y'all so concerned about the streets of downtown. Fuck downtown. They ain't doing nothing for us. So like, I see him. Oh, where he go? Oh, I see him downtown. You know what I'm saying? At the bar. Check this shit out. At the bar. At the brew house. I threw a little party. I took my link card. I got a friend named Amy worked there. And they trying to make the business successful. But by her being my friend, I took my link card, called myself having a barbecue rally for her. You know, because the business is slow. But then I get burnt by Adam, a bartender telling me I can't come back in this bar that he don't even own. I laid there, the man, while I'm a customer, paying customer, like everybody else, me and my friend had some food and some other stuff, drinks on the table, on the bar. This man put his chips deliberately, his skins on where my stuff was. I didn't see what my partner had bought, but I automatically assumed it was ours because that was our area. This man gonna get me barred, who don't own this place, out the club. Then yesterday, I went to the gin mill to, chill. You got to go. And it's not even the owner, this a bartender. I'm getting kicked out of the bar because of a bartender. And then what's really fucked up, Mr. Roy Williams, he can verify because I talked to him. I was telling him about the near north. I went over there, stayed with my cousin, and this lady who's in a wheelchair now, she be in the same tower with all my friends, and they're Europeans. I give her a hug. She don't say nothing. Then when she get over her building, she go to her manager and say, I'm intimidating her. She fear for her life because I give her a hug. What kind of shit is that? And I get barred. I never received a written, write-up or nothing. I went to court. How you gonna bar me? But yet I'm barred out my cousin. I thought you had 14 days. That's the law. But Miss Mayor, answer me this. Get me off the street. Priska said by law. I ain't asking. I'm demanding. Priska said by law that y'all supposed to house sex offenders. Well, I've been out here a year, and I ain't been housed nowhere.
Thank you, sir, for your time. Next person signed up to speak is Ardell Hampton.
I don't know whose notes these are. Hi, my name is Ardell Hampton. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Y'all can hear me loud? I'm not here what's going on, what I heard tonight, I have been hearing it. And for you guys who lost your place, I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm here for something, that's been bothering, that's been eating at me. I'm not here to discuss or talk about the police. I'm not here to run you guys down tonight. But I'm here to say this to you guys. We better start loving one another before it's too late. I don't care what our problems are or what issues we have. I'm not one of them guys. What's been eating me up is that I have heard everybody. I go to everybody's thing that they have, and I hear everybody. And I go to all these meetings, and I hear everything. But haven't nobody said nothing about these young men killing one another on these streets? I don't see Black Lives Matter. I don't see nobody with all their social media calling these parents, because guess what? You ain't in their shoes. Get in their shoes, let your loved one get killed, and you'll see what it feels like. Until then, we all need to get along and work together. We cannot get a job done if we can't work together. That means we got to put something together. We all can come with a solution, because right now, half of us the problem. And I'm sorry to say that, but I'm not sorry, because somebody have to call it out. And these people, it's some brilliant people in this audience. But somebody got to do something. Let's all sit at the table and let's talk about it, so we can come up with a problem instead of calling one another out of their names. Yes, do the homeless need it? Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. You can catch me tomorrow. I'll give you something. I'll come and find you. I'm that kind of guy. But at the end of the day, guys, we have to stop all of this bickering. Because guess what? This fighting back and forth, right, you wrong, guess what? We ain't gonna get nowhere. We all gotta come to the table. I have been to every meeting, and I always sit in the back, and I never ever say anything. I'm not here to talk about Chief Scar. Everybody knows my situation, but I don't hate the police. That's the problem. And I don't care who like it or who don't like it, because guess what? You're not paying my bills. You don't get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and clock in a job like I do. You don't travel like I do. So my thing is, let's all get along. Let's love one another. Let's get all this hate out of our hearts. And I don't care who it is. I don't care what color you are. We standing here looking like a bunch of crabs in a bucket, killing one another. But we got young kids are dying on these streets. Nobody's saying nothing. We're standing up here talking about some money, but a life means more than some money. Because just know this, it may be your kid one day. So let's find some love, people. Let's stop all this bickering and arguing and hating one another. I'm done. Y'all have a good evening. I got to be at work in the morning.
Thank you, sir.
Motion to adjourn?
A motion to adjourn? Second.
Second.
Second. All those in favor say aye. Go back there. I'll go talk to you. You can't be up here. Seriously. You need to go back. Yes, you may.
I'll bring it. I'll bring it.
Okay. Yes, you may.
On my phone.